Test. Test. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Test. Allez, voilà, ça va. Test 1, 2, 3. Tiens.
Dobra, buongiorno quality.
Chicago var, Chicago var.
start shortly. Please bear with us.
Test.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good morning and good afternoon, wherever you are. Thank you very much for joining us in this Pre-Tana Multi-Stakeholders Forum on Human and Drug Trafficking in Africa, Unlocking Human Freedom. We will now start the forum, and I would like to call on Ms. Letty Tembo-Longwe, Interim Director of African Peace and Security Program and Head of Tana Forum Secretariat. She will be joining us online. Letty, you have the floor, please. Thank you.
Interim Director for the Africa Peace and Security Program, as well as the Tana Forum head here at IPSS. Welcome to today's Pre-Tana Forum. Indeed, all protocols are hereby observed. Today, we are partnering with Humanity United on the topic Human and Drug Trafficking and Unlocking Human Freedom. The Tana Forum theme this year is on managing security threats and building resilience for the Africa that we want. Today's topic falls under this overarching theme. Drug and human trafficking is not only an African problem, but it is a global one. The reason why we're discussing it today, as in other forums, is that we urgently need African-led solutions that can manage this endemic. Statistics show that not only is this advice affecting African communities and economies, but it is also now presenting a major threat to peace and security in Africa. The continent is not only a major transit route in the international trade of controlled drugs, but also major consumer and distributor. The situation is dire, and practical and workable solutions should be put in place and urgently implemented. We hope today's webinar will help unpack the current status and propose workable solutions going forward. Without further ado, and on behalf of IPSS, the Tana Secretariat, I wish this forum, particular forum, great success in its discussions and outcomes today. I thank you. I hand over to the moderator to take us through the business of the day. Over to you, Rubiat.
Thank you, Letty. We'll now have a keynote address from Mr. Sabelo Mbokazi, Head of Labor and Employment and Migration Department of Social Affairs at African Union. He'll be joining us online as well. Mr. Sabelo, you have the floor, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers at meeting. First of all, I would like to thank organizers at meeting. First of all, I would like to thank organizers at meeting. First of all, I would like to thank organizers at meeting. First of all, I would like to thank organizers at meeting. First of all, I would like to thank organizers. We have a serious echo. Okay. No, I think things have improved now, and therefore we can continue. We were saying on behalf of the African Union, we would like to thank the organizers of the meeting, and we are very much excited to be part of this Pre-Tana multi-stakeholder forum, which is happening today. We would like also, on behalf of the African Union, extend our well wishes for the organizers of the meeting. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, human trafficking sometimes is referred to as trafficking in person, is a transnational crime that has affected the African continent for a very long time. Illegal trafficking networks have taken advantage of vulnerability of migrants, of vulnerability of women, of vulnerability of children in some parts of the continent, sometimes due to the conflicts, lack of employment, other livelihood opportunities, and protracted asylum regimes in most host countries, among other factors, to lure their victims into their illegal networks. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, research indicates that most African countries are either a source or transit, as many of these victims end up in Europe, Asia, and other regions for forced sexual exploitation, among others. That's why we would like to congratulate the organizers of the meeting, because it is clear that Africa is confronted with this phenomenon of human trafficking, this phenomenon of trafficking in person. This is what we see, and therefore we would like to congratulate you, because you are responding to an issue that is spreading and that is increasing in Africa. In the past decade, economic challenges increased conflicts in the region, climate change, multiple and widening inequalities and discrimination, the rise of conservatism in politics and religion, amongst others, have also led to increase in migration from the region and further impacting on the closely related risks for human trafficking in human beings and smuggling. I would like to pause at this point and remind the participants of this meeting that AU is very much seized with the situation in Libya, where we see that the issue in Libya is changing the picture all the time. It started as migration, but then we see a lot of also human trafficking, and there's a lot of human misery and suffering that we see due to all these illicit activities such as human trafficking. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished colleagues, the continent is not only a major transit route in the international trade of controlled drugs, but also a major consumer and distributor. And this is the bleak picture that really requires all of us to work together to be able to confront and to deal with illicit activities. Coupled with the youth bulge and growing level of unemployment, this scenario poses further threats to security in Africa. I know that as you work in this domain, you know that about 3.7 million people in Africa live in modern slavery, and we cannot allow this to continue. The issue that has become almost mind-boggling is the fact that human trafficking is conducted sometimes with the complicity of close family members, relatives, friends, communities are also the ones which are found at the center of this illicit activity, the human trafficking. We see that organized criminal groups are also recognized to take part in the human trafficking for various forms of exploitation, making it more complex and threatening. The situation is further worsening by the impacts of COVID-19 and other health pandemics, which also have led to a devastating impact on the trafficked persons. So, ladies and gentlemen, the human trafficking has caused suffering a lot during the past decades. Those who are trafficked, they suffer a lot during their ordeal in the hands of traffickers and their accomplices. They undergo exploitation of various forms. Hence, it affects them physically, psychologically, including disrupting their lives and their livelihoods. As such, the AU member states and the REC should develop measures to support these victims to recover from their experiences by providing them with durable solutions, measures at their earliest possible time. This may include ensuring their protection as they undergo and the support of the state in the prosecution and judicial processes of the perpetrators. So, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, this is a challenge for Africa. This is a challenge for regional economic communities, but it's a challenge for all of us as the technical experts in this area. Having painted that maybe a gloomy picture, perhaps I should make a few comments about what the African Union is doing. The African Union developed the Wakawoku Action Plan, but we also are aware that there is a migration policy framework for Africa, which was adopted by the heads of states in 2018, which we are implementing now. And human trafficking is a major part of this policy framework, and therefore we are glad to extend an opportunity for more collaboration, for more cooperation amongst ourselves and amongst the organization. In fact, it is one of the reasons why we thought this Pre-Tana session that focuses on human trafficking is important, and we are not here because we can do better, but we are here so that we can form more collaboration, more working relationship with you, with all ladies and gentlemen and distinguished colleagues, so that we can able to combat the human trafficking and all these illicit activities. You know very well that the African Union also has adopted the 10-year plan, which is focusing on reducing and combating child labor, but also modern slavery and human trafficking. So, ladies and gentlemen, the policy frameworks are available. The will from your side, also we can see that there is a willing to work in this area, and we are all organized. So we believe that together we can make a difference in supporting the member states to be able to deal decisively with the illicit activities such as human trafficking. And with these few words, we would like to thank you once more, and would like to wish you a fruitful deliberation for this meeting. We thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sabela, for your time and for your contribution. We'll now move on to the first session. It's on human and drug trafficking and security in Africa. For that, I would like to invite the moderator, Ambassador, His Excellency Ambassador Salah Ahmed, to take the floor. Ambassador, thank you very much. It's an honor to have you here, and you have the floor, please.
Well, a very good morning to all of you, and welcome to this first session of today's program. As I have been introduced by the moderator, my name is Salah Ahmed. I'm from the Political Affairs and Peace and Security Department of the African Union Commission. Thank you very much. I must begin by thanking the organizers, Tana Forum and the Institute for Peace and Security Studies, for bringing us together this morning. I see many around the tables here in the room, and also I'm sure there are many online. So hopefully this session will be an interactive one, and we will make it as such. I was hoping that this table will be filled by 3 panelists, but apparently the 3 of them will be zooming in. So let me quickly introduce the session and also introduce the panelists before I call on them to begin the program. This session will be addressing the issue of human and drug trafficking and security in Africa. So the impact of human trafficking as well as drug trafficking on the peace and security in Africa. We hope by the end of the session we will be able to address a number of issues, at least if not all of them, to at least come to a clear definition of what is human trafficking and drug trafficking, and of course identify the causes for this phenomena and try to discuss further the current situation on the ground. Then we will try to address the impact of COVID-19 on this issue, and hopefully we will be guided in that by what we have heard so far from the interim director of the African Peace and Security Program, as well as the president and also head of the Labor and Employment and Migration Department, not department but division of the Department of Social Affairs, Mr. Sabelo. So guided by these 2 previous presentations, hopefully we'll be able to quickly dive in and try to keep the time, since we began a bit late on time. My members of the panel, or the panelists for this session, I have Ms. Maureen Acheng. Ms. Maureen Acheng is the Chief of Mission of IOM to Ethiopia and also representative to the African Union and UNECA. IOM is the International Organization of Migration, as we all know. We'll also have Mr. John Kruger. He's the head of Transitional Organized Crime, Illicit Trafficking and Terrorism Programs, Regional Security Focal Point for the United Nations Office of the Drug and Crime, and that is, of course, the regional office for Eastern Africa. And our third panelist is Mr. Francis Xavier Wego, the Special Representative of the Interpol. He's also part of the International Criminal Police Organization, that is the Interpol to the African Union. So I will be also adding more information on our panelists, members of the panel, later on. But let's try to first begin by a simple question. What is really human trafficking and what is drug trafficking? Before we even dive into this very important topic during this session, let me call on our first panelist, and that is Ms. Maureen Acheng. As I mentioned earlier, she is the IOM representative to Ethiopia and to African Union. And prior to her current position, Ms. Acheng served as head of the International Partnership Division at IOM. And also before that, she was head of mission or chief of mission to Haiti. I'm glad she left before the earthquake. And Ms. Acheng also started her career with IOM in Haiti, and she is a citizen of Kenya. With that, let me call on Acheng to just begin by addressing this issue of what is really human trafficking and drug trafficking. Ms. Acheng, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much. And good morning to all colleagues on the call. Thank you very much to Tana Forum for the invitation. I would also wish to congratulate Tana Forum on its choice of theme. We talk a lot about human trafficking and indeed also smuggling in migrants. We do not often enough put the two things together, human trafficking and drug trafficking. And yet we know that the intersections between these two things are pretty obvious, and there is need for a more collective view of both phenomena if they're to be tackled meaningfully. We heard from the African Union colleague, Mr. Sabello, of some of the work that the AU is already doing on this matter. Human trafficking in Africa is increasingly prevalent. We know from the most recent data that 23% of global and human trafficking takes place in Africa. And according to the 2018 Global Slavery Index, over 9.2 million people living in Africa are living in conditions that are tantamount to modern slavery. So Africa accounts for about a quarter of global human trafficking. We know that this is reflective of the socio-political and also economic climate in many parts of the continent. Within Africa, the eastern and southern regions continue to dominate in numbers in terms of smuggling in migrants. These are irregular migrants, oftentimes moving in conditions that are described as mixed migratory flows, meaning that you have all sorts of migrants, economically driven, but also refugees. You have people fleeing conflict. You have all manner of people moving through the same methods, facilitated by the same people. Hence the term ascribed to them, to these movements, as mixed migratory flows. In West Africa, although there are free movement agreements in that region that have been in place for a long time and that work fairly well, we know that the numbers of trafficking victims are pretty high. And again, this is where the emphasis ought to be. It's not so much on the facility of movement, but how voluntary is that movement and what are the purposes for which some of these people are moving or being moved. We know that most of the victims, and we'll hear more of this, I'm sure, from the UNODC colleague, but we know that a lot of the cases of smuggling detected in Africa are in West Africa, the very region that has a free movement protocol. So a lot of the incidents of trafficking in children, forced labor of children and women are to be found rather in this region where there is established free movement. So again, important to emphasize, it's not so much the facility with which people can move, but how they're moving and to what end they're moving, and whether they're moving of their own free will or being trafficked for purposes of forced labor. We also know that North Africa in recent times has become an important hub on the continent of transit activity for migrants originating from sub-Saharan Africa, with the objective of getting to Europe. Important to add here that a lot of migrants start off as willing participants in the process. They get a trafficker to help them get to their desired destination, but very quickly that relationship changes into one of, switches from a relationship of smuggling to a relationship of trafficking. The person becomes a trafficked victim because the smuggler decides to extort them for more money, and when they're not able to pay for it, they're put into conditions of forced labor as a way of either extorting the money or recuperating some of the money that the smuggler will have spent on them. According to, again, we're focused, of course, in this discussion on Africa, but I think it's also important to cast the net a bit more broadly globally. According to global, approximately 800,000 victims are trafficked across international borders every year. Again, as I indicated earlier, a quarter of these are to be found on the continent. What is interesting about this topic is that, again, we're bringing the two things together, human trafficking and drug trafficking. The intersection between the two phenomena are led as trafficking are crimes perpetrated by the same people or using the same methods, but oftentimes what is driving them is the desire to make profit. So important, as this Tana Forum discussion is doing, to bring the two things together, because they're the same people or they're using the same methods. If we're to get to solutions to trafficking and smuggling, we need to look at the issue more holistically by bringing by taking account of the fact that the same people are involved in the same, and drug trafficking are also interlinked with the operational of transnational criminal groups and networks, combining drug trafficking, arms trafficking, money laundering. All of these crimes intersect and actually come together with one objective alone: profit. Important to also underline that we hear a lot about the fact that a lot of the victims of trafficking and people that are being smuggling are getting younger and younger. So the phenomenon of unaccompanied migrant children being trafficked across borders is growing. But we should not lose sight of the fact that a lot of them are, a lot of the trafficked victims are also young men who often don't get as much attention as is needed. But again, if you look at what's happening between the Horn of Africa and the Middle East, a lot of the victims are young men being trafficked into the Middle East
Maureen,
for
let me
purposes
just
of
stop
forced
you there if you
labor
don't mind.
in the construction. So it's important.
Maureen, before we move from this point, you kept emphasizing that those who are trafficked are young men. What about the young women that are also in the same situation? The young women that are also in the same situation.
Sorry, I hear an echo. I don't know whether someone else is speaking. So in terms of identifying the causes of human and drug trafficking, the factors. Sorry, I hear an echo.
Unfortunately, we cannot hear you very well. I think there is really communication problem. Colleagues, can you please assist if you don't mind? Thank you.
Women for early marriage sometimes. When people are vulnerable, they're more susceptible to be displaced persons. Again, this is a ripe group for recruitment by smugglers and traffickers. So in terms of root causes, we really need to look at what is being done in some of these instances where there are large cases of displacement. So both drug and human trafficking have a mobility dimension. IOM seeks to respond through the identification of vulnerable migrants and provide assistance to them by boosting referral to protection mechanisms that exist within countries. An important statistic to put out is for Africa is the following. Of the 4,799 victims detected in in 26 sub-Saharan African countries, 3,336 were in West Africa. Again, this shows you that it isn't so much about the facility of movement, the fact that there is freer or fewer impediments to mobility. It is about why these people are moving and what happens to them at their destination. Hence the importance, even where free movement regimes exist, and I know there's a lot of excitement on the continent about the free movement protocol and what potential this has to spur economic activity on the continent, but this will not happen. The economic potential of the free movement protocol will not be fully realized if a lot of that movement takes place in an irregular manner, and if a lot of those people that are moving are victims of smugglers and human traffickers. We also are coming out of a difficult, actually, I shouldn't say coming out. We're still right in the thick of a global pandemic. And we have that very recent experience of what the impact of COVID-19 has been in terms of not just limited mobility, but the loss of livelihoods for many. So in Africa, the real impact of the crisis is likely to be socio-economic, and the impact of that is already being felt. It's not too much of a stretch to say that we're likely to see the numbers of people being trafficked or smuggled across borders increase as people look to, desperately look to whatever livelihood opportunities they can find either within their borders or across borders. The UN Security Council has expressed concern over the links between trafficking and conflict. noting the serious challenges posed to victims by transnational organized crimes, and again, trafficking in persons, but equally in drugs. Same people, same methods. Perhaps the merchandise that they deal in is what is different. So in terms of what some of the solutions could be.
Maureen, we are not yet there at the solutions, so allow me to stop you here if you don't mind. We're going to come back to you. My next panel member or panelist is not as announced, is not Mr. John Kruger, as I mentioned earlier, but is Mr. Julius Lomoku. Julius Lomoku is a Kenyan by nationality and currently a crime prevention and criminal justice officer, law enforcement expert at the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crimes. Welcome, my brother, and we're happy to have you with us this morning via Zoom to just continue the discussion that began by Maureen, who really shared with us an excellent response to the questions that were raised. From your position within this office of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crimes, I'm sure you have a global picture of what is really going on concerning this problem that we are addressing today, the human trafficking as well as drug trafficking. So now could you please begin from a global perspective and try to zoom into Africa as one of your regions and tell us, is it only that the reasons are socio-economic reasons, or there are other reasons that are really fueling these two issues that we are discussing today? Mr. Julius, you have the floor, please. Thank you.
Would be the African Union, Africa Initiative Forum. The trafficking in persons in the region. But more recently, there's been the decision to form the AU Continental Operational Center in Khartoum.
Maureen.
With a view to improving regional understanding, tools to fight trafficking in human beings.
Sorry, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I think the technology is really failing us this morning, so my sincere apologies for that. Maureen, can you hear me, please?
Hello?
Maureen?
There's a really bad echo.
Okay, Maureen, I was trying to take the floor away from you and stop you before you share your concluding remarks about the way forward, so we can hear more from the other panelists and then come back to you. But I think you didn't hear me at that point. So I hope you don't mind if I take the floor away from you now, and then we come back to you in a bit.
Longer. I'll stop at moderate.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if Mr. Julius Lomoku heard me earlier. Julius? Mr. Julius, did you hear me earlier?
I did not hear you earlier, sir. I don't know, are you hearing me?
We do hear you loud and clear. So let me repeat my question.
Thank you.
Thank you. From your position within the office, within the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crimes, you have a global picture of what is going on concerning human trafficking as well as drug trafficking in the world. Could you please touch base on that global picture and then try to zoom in into Africa as one of your regions and tell us if only the socioeconomic issues are the real cause for human trafficking as well as drug trafficking in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. First and foremost, all protocols observed. I'm also glad to be part of this Pre-Tana forum and to discuss this global issue, which is not only affecting Africa, but it's a global thing. Most of those speakers who spoke before me basically painted a picture of how these crimes of drug and human trafficking is getting to be really a big issue in the world. From the UNODC perspective, especially the program of transnational organized crime, as well as counterterrorism, we really in the forefront of supporting member states, building the capacity of law enforcement, especially to curb or to try to combat this particular criminality. I would just like to point out that human trafficking, if we look, or even drug trafficking, does not only happen across borders, because when you look at it, it cuts through continents and as well as internally within the state or within the country. Because as the first presenter talked about, he talked about modern slavery that is really happening. We've seen that some of the push and the pull factors play a very big role in enhancing this particular crime. And coming from the global point of view, there is origins countries as well as destination. And if I could maybe just refer to one of the reports of the United Nations Security and Economic Forum, it highlighted that strategies to address human trafficking should address demand as actually the root cause of human trafficking. What I mean by referring to this is that if you look globally, other than the push factors, which are more economic, if we dwell into that, we'll also see that the biggest other pull factor is the demand. Demand both globally and even locally. Coming into the region, or even looking at Africa as a continent, we are really, really high. From the statistics given by IOM, a colleague who just presented now, you could see that it's really, really getting high. And also looking at the who are affected or the vulnerability, we see that in most of the research outcomes, we find that women and children, who are the vulnerable groups, really becomes targets. Now, sharing from a practical example that I was just following the news yesterday from the Kenyan perspective, we saw a number of young girls being trapped in Saudi Arabia. In fact, it was trending in the news even yesterday, and I think it's still going on. It was a debate, actually, I was trying to follow up yesterday. And you find that so many factors are being discussed here. What pushes these victims to become victims of human trafficking? If you look critically, you will see that we can maybe look at them in three levels, which I think everybody is aware, that economic factors, which plays the greatest role, lack of employment, need for greener pastures, or so forth. Look at the social factors itself, the family disintegration. Look at the political factors that brings about the issues of failed states or governments and the issue of insecurities. So if we are trying to look at a global solution to this, then we should be able to look at these factors very critically. And the question is, what are we doing as states to address these pull factors? Then again, looking at the destination countries, what is pulling all this? Yeah? Why is the demand so high out there? Probably we could say the demand is high because of demand for cheap labor. Yeah? Because if I refer to the Kenyan example, where girls were trafficked to Saudi Arabia, they are going to provide cheap labor in terms of house helps. And then they eventually end up being exploited. So what are we going to do about this? It's a question of how are we going to reduce the demand from the destination? Yeah? How are we going to empower people from the origin, from the area of origin, so that these push factors will be much more reduced? So this is a question of the biggest issue of identification of this as a big threat to peace and security in Africa. And how best are we going to address this? Speaking from a law enforcement perspective, in most cases, law enforcement is being maybe has the mandate of basically trying to control crimes. But there are so many areas that even goes beyond law enforcement and also calls for like other areas of the community to come in. There's even other factors which excavate this kind of criminality, because when we look at the current pandemic, as the other presenter talked about issues of loss of economic power among their households and among the people who are living in the states of origin. So based on issues of criminality, looking at the area of criminology, it says that if somebody cannot be able to make ends meet, of course, there should be an alternative area to make or to survive, for that matter. And obviously, criminality may be.
Okay, Julius, we're going to come back to that. I will certainly come back to you before we conclude, so you can expand more on what platforms the UN has invented or created to tackle these two issues, and also in terms of coordination, collaboration between these platforms, what is the outcome so far? I will come to you in a minute, but before you answer that question and other questions that I have for you, let me go to my third panelist for today. And the third panelist for today is Mr. Francis Xavier Wigo. He is an Assistant Inspector General of the Police, and he's a member of the Interpol, and he's a citizen of Uganda. And of course, he holds a master's degree in managing peace and security in Africa, which is a great field, of course, of importance to us. So, Mr. Francis, welcome. My question for you is very simple, so we can initiate this discussion with you. I'm sure you have numbers to share with us from your position within the Interpol about the current situation of human and drug trafficking in Africa. Could you please begin with this, and then, if you don't mind, to also tell us what is really the Interpol is doing to prevent human trafficking as well as drug trafficking in Africa in particular. You have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, and I hope you can hear me.
We hear you loud and clear. Please proceed.
Are you hearing me?
Loud and clear.
I cannot hear you, moderator.
We hear you very loud and clear. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, for giving me the floor, though virtually. It's the new norm these days. I want to thank the Tana Secretariat for considering the importance of Interpol in such a very important meeting. The topic of discussion today is very critical, as it touches the people's lives and well-being. It's also worth to note that these crimes are organized and transnational affecting the reproductive age of our society in Africa. My fellow panelists have already touched on this. And to this effect, Interpol takes these crimes among the priority ones. If I can quickly look at the threat assessment, and I would start with definitions of trafficking human beings and migrant smuggling, since we were asked this. I just share that although closely connected, trafficking in human beings and smuggling migrants are different crimes. The difference lies in the end purpose and degree of consent of a transit victim stroke the client. Human trafficking, the use of force, fraud, or coercion to obtain some type of labor or service from unwilling victims. It can also arise through a vulnerable person being duped into false promises of better education, employment, and well-being. This has been touched. Migrant smuggling, as the name indicates, is the facilitation of the illegal entry of an individual into a country of which he or she is neither citizen nor a permanent resident. Although smuggled migrants can end up being forcibly trafficked against their will, often the transaction ends when the payment has been made. Let me touch briefly about the drivers of these crimes and start with the human trafficking. And this, Maureen touched it: poverty, weak governance, armed conflicts, misinformation, and lack of protection from discrimination and marginalization. Large family size, lack of education opportunities and employment can also make a person vulnerable. The demand for cheap labor, adoption, traditional practices, and trafficking during and after conflicts act as a pull factors too. The second thing to note about trafficking in human beings and migrant smuggling in Africa is that each sub-region has peculiarities, with some countries having people fleeing armed conflicts and others offering better transit routes for trafficking. I wish to add also that corruption, which at times we refer to as enemy from within, is a major contributing factor. The trends has been talked about. Most African victims in foreign jurisdictions represent a significant flow of human trafficking occurs from our continent. Interregional human trafficking has been detected, whether as an intermediate step or as part of regional trafficking network. Analytical studies reveal that the majority of African migrants resettle or seek refuge in other African countries. Organized criminals are facilitating the illegal movement of people overland from the Horn of Africa to South Africa. Victims are sourced by agents offering work, better work opportunities, and the like. Others use the northern route through Libya to Mediterranean Sea, and others the eastern route via the Red Sea to Middle East. Allow me to share a very, very daring example that I still recall. In 2013, a goods container was loaded with 120 Ethiopians being trafficked to South Africa. They crossed the border to Kenya, then entered Tanzania, and when they reached Dodoma, 43 had suffocated to death, and the driver abandoned the truck. The same happened again in 2015, where again 15 victims suffocated to death, using the same method and the same route. This explains how the crime is brutal and the weaknesses in our border control management. Perhaps a more worrying angle of trafficking in persons is the trafficking for organ removal. The principal driver of this illicit market is the unfortunate inability to supply human replacement organs following ethical transplant practices to meet an ever-increasing demand. This kind of trafficking is the most lucrative, and victim donors receive very little or a mere fraction of the total that the organ buyers are willing to pay. Let me touch on the issue of drug trafficking. The main drivers then are socio-economic factors, such as increase in trade and transports, lack of alternative economic opportunities for youth, corruption, weak enforcement, and high profit margins for criminal syndicates who nurture this trend. The trends, the major drugs traffic in Africa, cocaine, heroin, and synthetics, and controlled drugs such as methamphetamine, diapine, and tramadol. Analytical reports indicate Africa is no longer just a transit route for these and other drugs, it is a production and consumption center as well. Heroin normally comes from Middle East. With the issues in Afghanistan, we expect a lot of heroin, and times by air to West Africa, by sea to Eastern Africa, before it is trafficked to Europe. I may briefly touch on the effects of COVID-19 on human drug trafficking. Since the start of COVID-19 pandemic, trafficking in persons went even further underground, making any reliable estimates of the scale of trafficking in persons more difficult. Loss of livelihoods and restrictions on movement have also led to traffickers recruiting victims in their local areas. The COVID-19 pandemic has created larger pools of vulnerable persons who, due to their worsened economic situation, are recruited for labor or sexual exploitations. Another consequence is that many migrants have lost their jobs in destination countries and are stranded, unable to return home, while large numbers of some are held in transit because of lockdowns and exposed to poor hygienic conditions by smugglers, increasing their vulnerability to this virus. I think 2 days back I heard on the news, there are many of our fellow Ethiopians who are stuck in the Middle East and they are arranging to be evacuated. So on the issue of drugs, I can share that drug trafficking depends on a functioning illicit economy, given that it is done clandestinely among streams of legal commerce. The use of drugs in bars and clubs implies their use depends on a vibrant service industry. A pandemic that imposes restrictions on movement and if extended quarantine is bound to have an impact, therefore, on drug demand, supply, and distribution. Studies have, however, showed that this wasn't the case. Some drug markets saw no change, others simply underwent change, adapting new routes and methods. Drug markets have been resilient to COVID-19 difficulties, and although it went down a bit from the beginning, by early 2021, the business had stabilized back to the pre-pandemic period. The COVID-19 pandemic also brought new trends in drug trafficking. The maritime route increased in volume due to border closures. It also led to shifts in drug use. Cocaine, heroin, and synthetic drugs were used less due to the closing of social and recreational avenues. Increased stress, boredom, more free time, and changes in financial resources triggered an increase in the use of cannabis, as well as the non-medical use of pharmaceuticals. Moderator, I don't know whether I can also go ahead and touch on the effect of this on security. If you allow me, I can briefly.
We'll come back to that in a bit. But thank you so much for your contribution. Let me go back to Maureen again and ask a very quick question, maybe if you don't mind, Maureen, to answer in a minute or two. From your experience with IOM here in Africa, I'm sure you have come across some initiatives, some efforts by our governments, our member states in Africa, to tackle this issue of drug trafficking as well as human trafficking. Could you please, in a minute or two, share with us from your experience, if you have come across any experience that you could share from any African country in that regard? Maureen?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. And I apologize, but you're barely audible. So when you were speaking in an attempt to interrupt me, I couldn't even hear you. I'll keep it brief and to the point in terms of initiatives that many African countries are putting in place. Perhaps a good one to highlight here is the attempt at having whole of government approaches to deliberating on this issue. In the IGAD region, for example, IGAD member states took the decision to institute national coordination mechanisms whose objective are to ensure a whole of government approach to a complex issue such as the issue of irregular migration and trafficking and smuggling. So whole of government approaches that bring in the multiple, interagencies, ministries basically, that have migration functions, whether directly or indirectly. So that is one approach that many countries are using. Another approach, another example is actually to be found right here in Ethiopia, of community sensitization, because we know that a lot of the smugglers are actually viewed quite positively in the communities within which they operate as facilitators. So many of the participants on this forum will understand smugglers as being the bad guys, but actually in a lot of the communities of origin here in Ethiopia, the smugglers are viewed as brokers, as facilitators, as people who help the youth in the community get jobs in the Middle East, for example. So there's need for community sensitization, and there's been a lot of that right here in Ethiopia, with a view to ensuring that there is a good understanding at community level of why trafficking or giving your child over to a smuggler to get your child over to the Middle East is not a good thing to do and is likely to be damaging in the long run. So a community approach to the issue is helpful because, as we heard earlier, a lot of parents are involved in actually facilitating the smuggling of their children. So perhaps I'll stop at those two examples, and I thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Yeah, thank you so much, Maureen. But again, if you don't mind, while you still have the floor, could you also please elaborate a bit on the role that could be played by religious leaders, traditional leaders, and civil society, as well as media, within this community approach that you were talking about?
Well, within the community conversations model, we basically bring together community leaders, be they religious or otherwise, and the youth themselves to deliberate on what the challenges are that drive them to send their children to the Middle East. And we have religious leaders weighing in, but you also have community leaders, elected or unelected, weighing in on the matter, with a view to pointing families and youth to alternatives in terms of livelihood options to irregular migration. Because we have understood over the course of the decades that we've been at it on the issue of irregular migration, that it is insufficient to tell people not to use smugglers to get to their desired destinations if you do not give them alternatives. So the community conversations model intends to work collaboratively with the community and their leaders to look for alternatives to irregular migration that really help to diminish the incidence of smuggling using the services of traffickers and human smugglers. So religious leaders have a pivotal role to play, especially in a country that we know is as religious as Ethiopia is. I hope that answers the question. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Maureen. Let me move back again briefly to our brother Julius Lemaco. Julius, could you please tell us about any initiatives or efforts that currently in place to reduce the effect of drugs and human trafficking on youth, women, and children? While you are answering this question, also, if you don't mind to share with us if there is any, or to inform us if there is any platforms that have been built or developed or established by the United Nations or any other continental organization to tackle or to address these two issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, sir. Yes, from UNODC's perspective, we have a number of programs. As you know, that UNODC is a custodian of the United Nations Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime and its protocols, including the protocol on against trafficking in persons and smuggling of migrants. In this case, the organization is really supporting member states to build the capacity of various agencies involved in the fight against trafficking in persons. And these include issues of strengthening the policies of individual member states, as well as to be members and signatories to the relevant protocols of TIP and so on. In the case of trying to address the issue among the youth, we support a number of initiatives aimed at creating sensitization or awareness among the youth and among the victims also, and even among the law enforcement, because we are promoting the issue of victim-centered approach, which is human rights based, to ensure that at least in terms of trainings and as well as in terms of equipment where possible. On the platforms also, as I said, creating awareness is another big tool, because once the victims realize that the consequences of this crime are really impacting into their life, some losing their lives and so forth. Of course, once they get that kind of information and they will learn from experiences of what happened to the rest, I think it really impacts on their need to engage in these crimes. Social media, mainstream media, as well as issues of other sensitization forums will really help in disseminating this kind of information. That's all from my side, Mr. Moderator. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Let me go to once again to Mr. Francis. Mr. Francis, you ended your presentation by speaking about the effect of COVID-19 or the impact of COVID-19 and other issues scaling up the threats. So why COVID-19 did not slow down the human trafficking and also the drug trafficking in Africa? And also, if you don't mind, to share with us your thoughts about the impact of these two issues on peace and security in Africa. Thank you very much. Mr. Francis? Well, unfortunately, we lost Mr. Francis, so maybe Maureen can quickly jump in to speak to why COVID-19 did not slow down.
Hello.
Is that Mr. Francis?
Hello.
Hello? Mr. Francis?
I can hear you now. You are breaking.
Yes, Mr. Francis, we hear you. Did you hear the question?
No, if you can repeat the question, please.
Okay, the question is twofold. One, you ended your presentation by speaking about the impact of COVID-19 and the fact that COVID-19 did not slow down the human trafficking as well as the drug trafficking in Africa. Could you elaborate a bit on that, and then quickly please touch on the impact of human trafficking, drug trafficking on peace and security in Africa? Briefly, please. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, I haven't heard the first words of your question.
The first part of the question is about COVID-19. Why COVID-19 did not slow down human trafficking as well as drug trafficking in Africa?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. As I told you that human trafficking and drug trafficking, they are part of a larger criminal business industry. And I gave you the examples of the trend and also the drivers. The drivers did not stop, and also the trend did not stop. And these traffickers, both human and drug traffickers, they are people who have had a lot of money. I can give you an example that maybe on average, just to be smuggled, migrant smuggling from Africa to Europe is about $3,000 paid to illegal hands. So these people have got a lot of money that they use at times to influence people who are responsible for border control management. They also, in some weak states where some militias and some terrorists control part of the territory, these traffickers have established connections and they pay them to give them routes. So the business did not stop. What only stopped and maybe what changed are the routes. When the borders were closed, I told you that many of them shifted to using the water, but the business continued. And you also know that there are many people who are affected by the pandemic and became vulnerable. So this was another large pool to exploit. That's what I can share, Mr. Moderators, of now.
Yeah, thank you very much. And the second part of the question was the impact of human trafficking, drug trafficking on peace and security in Africa. Mr. Francis.
Yes, definitely, as I said, these two crimes are affecting reproductive age in our societies. And these people lose their lives many times. Others who get when they are not able to properly and on time. The other part is that the business continues, and then because of some weaknesses, must say some weaknesses in the governance, coupled with poverty, lack of employment opportunities, these people become vulnerable. And they can be vulnerable even to joining other crimes. So the peace is affected when you have your productive age being diverted and losing them and trafficker. So it's very, very, very important that states address the structural and proximate causes of these two crimes, which I shared, of these people keeping home and contributing to the development of their own countries. Otherwise, it being exploited by traffickers. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm going to open the floor in a minute, so please prepare yourself if you have a question. But before we open the floor, let me just go back to Maureen, not because she's the only female or woman part of the panel, but in fact because she also has a very rooted and deep experiences in the field. Maureen, briefly, again, the impact on peace and security from your point of view, and if you don't mind to just end by telling us in bullet points what could be done to tackle this issue at the grassroots level, the issue of human trafficking and drug trafficking. Very briefly, impact on peace and security, and how to tackle these issues again in bullet points at the national and grassroots level. Thank you. Grassroots level. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I feel like I would be repeating myself, but I'll sum it up as follows to say that there's need for sensitization at community level to ensure that all would-be irregular migrants understand the hazards of irregular migration, and to understand that the smugglers operating in their midst are actually nefarious elements and not people who are there to further their life goals. So that is one. Providing greater livelihood options in communities that are prone to high outbound irregular migration, a lot of it facilitated by smugglers, would be a second thing. Third would be, I know you asked me to focus on what can be done at community level, but the national level is even more important. A whole of government approach, a whole of society approach to the issue of irregular migration is needed if strides are to be made in eradicating the twin phenomena of smuggling in human beings and trafficking in migrants. And then last and not least, I would say, enhanced interstate cooperation, which some of the forums that I pointed to earlier would exist to facilitate. I'll stop at that, Mr. Moderator, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Maureen, and let me add, if you don't mind, one last bullet point to what you just have listed, to also promote our free movement of peoples and goods in Africa, which is really an important pillar of the Agenda 2063. Now let's open the floor for questions and answers. The floor will be open for those who would like to take the floor. Kindly state your name, your organization, and briefly your question or comment. For those who are online, please raise your hand online by, I think you can raise your hand online, and I hope I could be assisted from the Secretariat to identify those who are online requesting the floor. Let's begin by giving the floor to our brother there at the end of the hall, please. Is there a microphone that could be used?
Thank you very much. My name is Broka Machu. I came from Feeder Brown Charitable Organization. I thank you all for Mr. Ambassador and all panelists. My question is, what we see is the government, all this to tackle this challenge, only the problem, to challenge this problem, they are using the government to tackle this problem only by formal government and institution to tackle this problem. However, what could the state do to tackle this challenge involving the civil societies? So my question is this one: what could the state do to tackle this challenge involving civil societies? What we see currently only taken by government and formal justice instrument or legal institutions. So what could do involve the state, civil societies? Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning. Okay, I have to introduce myself, right? My name is Tigist Ishwas. I'm a senior advisor to the Minister on Peace Building and Reconciliation, to the Minister of Peace. But my home base is actually IPSS. I'm an assistant professor at IPSS. Thank you, Ambassador Salah, for the excellent moderation, and also our speakers. Thank you so much for your interventions. I have one brief question, kind of touched by Ambassador Salah and the previous participant. IOM and Interpol and UN, what practical things have you done to really tackle the challenges of this crisis related to human, drug, and arms trafficking? Practical work, if there is any practical work or experience that you could share us. We've touched upon here and there, but I would love to hear also if you have done some work like as UN, IOM at the national level and the regional level. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Dr. Andrew? Is that Dr. Andrew? Please.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Ambassador. My name is Andrew Sata Samoa from the Institute for Security Studies. And I would like to thank you so much for the excellent moderation, but also the inputs that we've received from the speakers. I have a couple of comments and questions to follow. My first is the role of Africa in drug trafficking. And I think that over time, we are seeing that Africa is gradually moving from the position of transshipment point now to a consumption point. When it was largely transshipment, it made sense that the focus or the drive for law enforcement was externally driven. And what I mean by that is that the funding and the push was coming from European and American countries because they were on the receiving end of the supply. But with the movement towards consumption that we are seeing in Africa, I would have expected a commensurate rise in terms of Africa's efforts to police drug trafficking from our own end. But it does appear that so far, the drive is still so much externally driven. And that is why if you are traveling out of Africa, the focus in terms of search for drug you are carrying are much more robust than when you are coming into the continent. The same way, it looks like the focus for intra-regional, even and provincial distribution of drugs and law enforcement at that level is still not as robust as we do because it's still externally driven. And I think going forward, we need to look at how we look at that as our problem rather than the problem of others in which we are trying to help them to fight. And that is a very important premise on which we need to proceed. The second point, Ambassador, because of time, I'll touch on two things and come in later if time permits. My second point has to do with the point that the third speaker made on the role of maritime distribution points as an entry point. And I think this goes to add to, again, numerous points and emphasis on the fact that our policing of our territorial waters in most cases is non-existent. And so you look at all sorts of criminality happening, and we all know that is a huge blind spot. But if you look at the continental response, right from the African Union all the way to national level, focus on improving capacity to monitor our territorial waters, it seems we are not really taking it that serious. And so I would like to find out from the speaker whether he knows of any robust attempt to try and address that as a blind spot in the whole arena of Africa's response to the crisis, not just in terms of migrant smuggling, but also in terms of drug smuggling. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you so much, Dr. Andrew. I will come back again to the floor. Please prepare yourself if you have any question, but let me go online. It looks like there's someone who would like to take the floor. Please go ahead. I cannot read the name from far.
Hello, can you hear me?
My dear Rahimata, please go ahead.
Very much, Salah. Good to see you and others. My name is Rahimat Mamadou. I'm from the ECOWAS Commission in Abuja, Nigeria. I have a couple of questions, but let me, for the sake of time, just ask Maureen one question, because in her presentation, she kept saying that in spite of the free movement, or maybe it's because of the free movement, that the case of trafficking within West Africa seem to be high. I'm curious to know why, based on her statistics, why she thinks that, because from what she was saying, it appears that she said the free movement, ease of movement within West Africa seems to contribute to higher trafficking in West Africa, because that's something that I'm very curious about. And perhaps we want to work with IOM to get to the bottom of that. Why do you think so? Because like Salah was saying, Salah was including free movement and trade when you were making your, giving your proposals. But if what you say is happening in West Africa is the case, it's indirectly saying that free movement may not really be as effective as we think on the continent, if it will have the attendant issue of facilitating smuggling and trafficking in persons. So my question is to Maureen.
Thank you so very much, Rahimat, my dear sister. We have taken note of your question. Let me move on to Mr. Ibrahim Atom. Mr. Ibrahim Atom, you have the floor, please.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the floor. And I am Ibrahim Muhammad from Sudan. My concern has been even touched by our previous colleagues, the two ones, because my concern is going to the common borders. I mean, I'm talking about within Africa itself. We talk about the freedom of movement, and yet people within the neighboring countries, they never feel that they are foreigner to each one, because the issue of the common tribes, the common relationship between this country and the other country, or somebody move like, if we said, for example, Ethiopia to Sudan, or from Sudan to Ethiopia. They never feel that they are foreigners, and they never feel sometimes they are going from this country or to the other country. They are just feeling as they are moving from their village and to their relatives' village, and it will ease the human trafficking and the drug trafficking. We need a mechanism, a strong mechanism, to make a balance between the need of the freedom of movement and the tackle of the issue of the human trafficking and drug trafficking. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Ibrahim Atom, for your question and contribution. Let me take another one or two questions from the floor before I return back to our speakers. Any question from the floor? Or should I go ahead and ask questions to the floor? Dr. Andrew, you have the floor again, please. Thank you.
Two things, actually. I'm thinking that when it comes to the question of drug trafficking, the response has been largely law enforcement. And so sometimes it's a little difficult. And even within that, it does appear that those we celebrate interceptions and all of those things at the airports and all these places, we hardly get to the campings and drug lords. And so we celebrate, the young people and all the moles who are being intercepted and all of that. But we all do know that if you follow the money, there are bigger people sitting somewhere completely masked from what it looks like, who are really behind it. And so it looks like even if we are going to use law enforcement, we need wider, much more strategic, investigations that can pick out certain people and deal with them appropriately. But one of the key connections that I want to draw between the whole conversation around human trafficking and drug trafficking, I think this forum tries to force us to think about the two together. And so one of the areas where I see vulnerability is really, and the link between the two, is human trafficking, exposing young people who are usually first-time travelers as easy use of them as moles. And a lot of these who are given parcels and have no idea what they are carrying, and then they are intercepted and they can't even tell you who gave them such parcels. And so sometimes we also need to look at human trafficking becoming a very easy source of recruitment for drug trafficking purposes. Because when the young lady looks so innocent, the young man looks innocent, and a first-time traveler without experience, the chances of them getting really used are extremely high in that sense. Thank you, Ambassador.
Thank you so very much, Doctor. We have one last question online from Mr. Julian, or from Julian Rabovu. Julian, you have the floor. Julian. Julian. Julian Robavu. I think Julian cannot hear the moderator. So with that, we go back. You would like to take the floor, ma'am? No? Thank you. So let's go back to our speakers and try to see how they're going to answer the questions and respond to the comments that were made. I'm going to begin this time by Mr. Francis. Mr. Francis, you have the floor, and please, in 3 minutes, try to respond to some of the questions that were raised, as well as the comment and other contributions. Please go ahead. You have the floor. Mr. Francis, is he online? He's not online. We'll come back to him in a bit. Is Mr. Julius Lemako online?
You hearing me?
Yes, please go ahead, my brother, and respond to some of the questions and comments that were raised. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I will begin with the question of government. What do government do to involve civil society in this issue? I think it's a very, very valid question, because government will not do it all alone. I think we need an all-inclusive approach in this case. And I'll give you an example of what we did as UNODC, trying to promote this kind of cooperation between the government and the civil society. We did a number of workshops trying to bring these agencies together, especially law enforcement and civil society, to create that kind of awareness as far as trafficking in persons is concerned. Because at times we find that while there is no law enforcement, members of civil society may be there and sometimes get to know this kind of criminality and get to support law enforcement in that particular endeavor. On the second issue or question from the floor that asked about some practical things that we did these organizations did as far as combating tip and SOM is concerned. From a UNODC point of view, as I stated earlier, we are supporting member states in a number of initiatives and in a number of efforts that are meant to combat trafficking in persons. First and foremost, we support member states upon request as far as policy development is concerned, as well as trying to incorporate anti-trafficking in persons and smuggling of migrants laws, and even drug against drug into their domestic legislations, as far as to align them into the international instruments against these particular crimes. We've also done a number of activities, including capacity building of law enforcement in various member states for them to be able to tackle this particular crime. We gave a number of trainings as well as equipment for investigators to try and improve their capabilities to respond to this kind of crime. We also have a number of programs supporting member states as far as border management is concerned. Further, we also promote and support member states to enhance international cooperation or cooperation among themselves, as well as interagency cooperation within the state. A good example of this is a good cooperation between law enforcement officers, that's the police, as well as prosecutors, in handling cases of trafficking in persons, to ensure at least a comprehensive cases go through and traffickers are being dealt with according to the law. Responding also to a comment that from the floor that most of the law enforcement agencies are externally driven. I'm not sure about this, but if we look at law enforcement, they are supposed to respond according to the context or particular country context. And it is at this particular level that the state or the agency is supposed to identify its weakness points as far as capability to deal with these particular crimes. And as far as UNODC is concerned, we always stand ready to support member states upon request to build the capacity of law enforcement, depending on particular areas of support that they require. That is all from my side, Mr. Presenter. I'll be glad to answer more questions, especially directed to UNODC point of view. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Julius, for this response. I'm not sure if Mr. Francis is back online or not. Mr. Francis, are you back online?
I'm online, I'm hearing you.
Very good. I hope you were able to hear some of the questions and comments that were raised. If so, please go ahead and respond, if you don't mind. Thank you.
I'll start with the first question, the issue involving civil society organizations. I support that idea, and civil society organizations can be used in terms of supporting training, in terms of awareness campaigns, in terms of rehabilitation of victims and the like. So involvement of civil society organizations is very, very important. And there was a question on what practical things are being done to address this problem. And I go on the Interpol side. I would say that on trafficking human beings and smuggling of migrants, Interpol's strategy is centered on empowering police in member countries to investigate and handle cases. This is achieved through training that involves building long-term capacity by sharing the latest investigation and victim interview techniques. The organization also has capabilities, expertise, tools, and systems for sharing crime intelligence through its secure global communication system. Through these notices, the visions, alerts, modus operandi, and over 18 databases on crime and criminality are provided to our member states through the National Central Bureaus to utilize them in identification of crimes, criminals, and investigation of cases. In addition, Interpol supports global field operations to disrupt and dismantle human trafficking networks. I can give you just one example. This year, there is an operation which Interpol supported, Operation Weka, and this operation was targeting on traffickers and rescuing victims. And 222 individuals were arrested, 249 victims rescued, and 1,115 irregular migrants were identified. If I go on the area of drug trafficking, Interpol supports member countries through the following: carrying out global operations against drug trafficking and providing assistance to ongoing investigations, doing criminal analysis on drug trafficking routes, modus operandi, and criminal networks involved, and then providing comprehensive training for police worldwide to better tackle drug trafficking. Again, we support operations, and this year in July, there was an operation which led to arrest of 207 individuals and a seizure of narcotic drugs worth 100 million euros. That's from what we are doing, but I want also to touch briefly on the issue of, which was raised on lack of focus on maritime security. I think this is very, very true. If some of you have been to some of these island states in Africa, you'll find very many leisure, high-speed boats by people seemingly to be very, very, very rich. And they go and take their eyes deep into the waters. And they meet the vessels which are carrying the drugs from various areas we talked about. They offload from there, and they will come as if they are on a leisure ride, and then distribute to smaller vehicles, the canoes, just on the border, on the land borders, and then they enter into Africa. So there is a need for states to really support improvement in maritime security, patrols that go into deeper waters. There was an issue, I think, raised by Dr. Andrew, the issue of, people who normally get arrested with the drugs. When we are talking of drug trafficking, we are talking of the trafficker and then the carrier. And you find that the people who are carrying the drugs, actually, they at times they don't know, they have been told, take this parcel from here to Dubai and the like, and you find someone, and they give some little money. And in many other cases, the trafficker goes ahead. I talked about bribery. And he buys off the roof, says, my consignment is coming, deals with law enforcement agencies, and all these things. Again, we have to address some of those weaknesses in the border control mechanisms, and also increase very good collaboration and partnerships among law enforcement agencies. I'll give you an example of a project which Interpol is supporting, called AirCop project, that is connecting airports in Southern America and Africa, select airports, where it's highly suspected as a source and also transiting or destination, to provide them quick and timely secure communication for sharing information. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very, very much indeed, Mr. Francis, for your clear answers and response. And last but not least, let me give the floor to Maureen Acheng once again to respond to the questions, and also among the question from Rahimat from ECOWAS. Maureen, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I'll respond to the questions in the order in which they came. One was the issue of civil society and how, if at all, they are involved, and the short response to that is yes. A lot of the work that we as IOM seek to do with governments in addressing the twin phenomena of trafficking and smuggling involve governments, but through a whole of government and whole of society prism, and whole of society by definition includes civil society. And now that will take different forms in different contexts, as is to be expected. The second question was, what work specifically have we done to tackle human trafficking at national and at international level? At national level, again, I touched on some of this in my presentation earlier, is the community conversations model, which is an innovation. In the past, all we did was information campaigns to deter people from, to give people information intended to deter them from resorting to irregular migration. However, the community conversations model takes on a much broader outlook, taking account of the fact that if the push factors are extremely compelling, no amount of accurate information on the hazards of irregular migration will stop people from undertaking these dangerous journeys. So a lot of community conversations going on at grassroots level with the objective of providing alternative livelihood options. Second is national legislation. In order to be able to apprehend traffickers and smugglers, there's need for legislation. A lot of countries have a lot of legislation, but not always specific enough to be able to criminalize, apprehend, and punish the perpetrators. Some of the work that we have done at national level, including here in Ethiopia, has been to put in place the legislation to equip the government with the necessary legislation to be able to do all three: criminalize, apprehend, and punish. Third is the area-based community development approach, targeting regions that are prone to high outbound migration. That is an area of work we continue to focus on, with a view to really zeroing in on the areas that we know are the hardest hit in terms of irregular migration, a lot of it using the services of smugglers and human traffickers. At continental level, I mentioned two forums, the ROC and then the AU Horn of Africa initiative. And this also links up with one of the other questions about a lot of the initiatives on the continent being too externally driven. A statement that I would not necessarily disagree with. I think we see a lot of that, but again, the two forums that I pointed to, especially the AU Horn of Africa initiative, is very much homegrown. This is a collection of African Union member states that have come together with the intention of ensuring homegrown solutions to problems in the Horn of Africa region in terms of smuggling and trafficking. So the second part of that question is forums that allow countries to come together to deliberate on what solutions might look like. To Rahimat on the third question, which I think is a critical question. Free movement has been celebrated a lot, especially in recent times, ever since the protocol was adopted. It's yet to come into force. That's the Continental Protocol on Free Movement. And do the statistics then that are being put out suggest that free movement could actually spur yet more cases of smuggling and trafficking? Perhaps I'll give more background to this, which is to note that of the 4,800 approximately victims of trafficking in sub-Saharan Africa, the fact that 80% of those were to be found in West Africa would seem to suggest that this has linkages with the fact of West Africa being the most advanced in terms of free movement. My guess, but actually before I say that, let me say this is from a UNODC global report on trafficking in persons for the year 2020. And here I will defer to my UNODC colleague to elaborate on those findings if he has anything more to offer. But from my perspective, I would say that not necessarily. It doesn't necessarily flow as a conclusion from this that free movement equals higher incidence of smuggling and trafficking. It doesn't have to. The fact of the matter is that West Africa is the most integrated of all the regions on the continent. So there are more people moving, and it is to be expected that there would be more cases of smuggling and trafficking than you find elsewhere where there's more restrictions on movement. But this is not to make a case against free movement. This is to say that, yes, free movement is a good thing, but let us ensure that free movement happens in a way that is protection sensitive, and let's ensure that border management agencies are equipped to, even in a free movement context, ensure that there are the needed protection mechanisms built into a new posture on border management to still be able to apprehend smugglers and traffickers. The fact that you can move freely does not mean that it is okay to move you for purposes of forced labor from one country to another or within a country. So it could well be that data gathering was easier in that region than in other regions, but I would hazard a guess that it is because more people are moving in West Africa that there are more cases of smuggling and trafficking being detected than in other regions where there are fewer people moving. But again, I defer to ODC because those statistics emanate from an ODC trafficking in persons report that dates back to 2020. Mr. Moderator, if you allow me, I would just finish by making this one point that I think the Tana Forum has done well to bring these two topics together, trafficking in persons and drug trafficking. But I would like to suggest that rather than discuss them in isolation, because I have talked about smuggling trafficking in human beings and smuggling in persons, and my other colleagues have talked mostly about drug trafficking. I think rather than discuss them in isolation, it would be helpful to delve into the inherent interconnections between these two different forms of criminality that use the same methods, with a view to determining what impactful solutions we might wish to look at. So it is a great start to have a session that brings the two together, but I feel that we have still discussed them by and large in isolation. I'll stop at that, Mr. Moderator, and I thank you and the audience very much for the engagement, and I look forward to continuing the conversation in other forums. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madame Maureen. There is one final question online. What is Africa's strategy on development with regards to maritime security? How many countries in Africa even have a navy, let alone ships? I'm not going to read the rest of the question because it is just an elaboration of it. Let me call on Mr. Francis to try to answer this question if possible. Mr. Francis, the floor is yours, and please, after you answer the question, if possible, if you don't mind, to share with us your concluding remarks in a minute. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I think it's a difficult question for me to answer because different states have different capabilities and also the capacity to deploy and improve their maritime security. However, largely, you will understand also that we have a challenge on the maritime borders within our coastal continents. We have had also challenges where you stop, where the international waters. So I think there is a need for African states to come together and see how do we patrol, maybe joint patrols or regional joint patrols in areas beyond our jurisdictions. Because as I explained, some of these luxurious boats which come and they are claiming they are on tourism, they go deep into the waters and then come back to distribute to smaller boats and the like. That's what I would really share. Now, as my concluding remarks, I would really share with all the participants that Interpol is always ready to support member countries with policing capabilities and expertise. You are aware that the African Union took a decision, I think, January 2019, to have the Regional Operations Center in Khartoum on migrant smuggling transited to a continental center, which was a very good observation because human trafficking, the Khartoum was looking at the northern route, yet we have the eastern route, southern route, and even the western route. So we are working with the African Union to support the center, and we also support all other efforts to have all areas that need the support really developed by law enforcement agencies. Then finally, and I mentioned it, that really states should address the structural and proximate causes. And also someone has said involvement of all actors, including civil societies. Because when you see people voluntarily entering a goods container without fear of suffocation, and others offering their body organs for money, this is the highest level of being desperate for survival. And all efforts need to be put in place by all actors to reverse this trend. I thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very, very much indeed, Mr. Francis, for your concluding remarks. Mr. Julius Lemanco, you have a minute for your concluding remarks, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thanks for giving me this opportunity for the concluding remarks. Mine is just to stress the need for identification of the threat. We all need to at least identify the threat, identify the capabilities, and addressing the root causes. I would just like to state that UNODC still encourages member states to become fully members and of the protocol against trafficking in persons, as well as smuggling of migrants, and to ensure that the legal frameworks as well as policies are well adequately in place to address this particular crime. Otherwise, as UNODC, especially the Transnational Organized Crime and Counterterrorism Program, we stand ready to support member states upon request to build their capacity as far as law enforcement is concerned, and even other agencies, or even promoting the interstate cooperation as well as interagency cooperations in the fight against trafficking in persons and smuggling of migrants. Thank you very much, and over to you, Moderator.
Thank you very much indeed, Julius, for your concluding remarks. Madame Maureen, any concluding remarks? Or you already, well, a minute for concluding remarks, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Moderator, but I think I already shared my concluding thoughts on this session, which is just to say that let us continue to delve deeper, perhaps not in this forum, in subsequent ones or other ones, on the interconnections between drug trafficking and human trafficking, because we need innovative approaches to resolving this. There's been endless discussions on these issues over the decades, and yet I think we can agree that both phenomena have continued to grow. So I think there's an urgency to the need for innovation if we're to fundamentally disrupt this business model that thrives on human desperation. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much indeed, Madame Maureen, for your concluding remarks. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, with that we come to the end of this session. What I really would like to say at the end of this session is, when we are talking about human trafficking, we are indeed talking about African young men and women and children. And when we are talking about drug trafficking, we are also talking about African women, young men, and children that are affected. Africa adopted its action its action plan to build the continent. That is Agenda 2063. And if you look at Agenda 2063, ladies and gentlemen, you will see that Africa is putting a great emphasis on its youth. Why? Because Africa, as we all know, is the youngest continent. It is a continent with a majority of over 65% of its population that are youth below the age of 35. So our real assets is naturally our natural resources. We see so many countries that have developed in the West, in Europe and others, without having really access to natural resources. So natural resources are naturally the real means for developing and for progressing and for building a future. But in fact, the human being is the real assets. And for us as Africans, our youth are our greatest assets. And we see them. We see them unfortunately dying in the Sahara because of thirst, and we see them drowning in the Mediterranean trying to cross to Europe, and even in the Red Sea trying to cross to the Arabian island. When can we say enough is enough as Africans? When can we say that we really need to take care of our assets, the real assets that we have, to take care of our youth, men and women, so then we can build the Africa that we want, the Africa that is united, prosperous, and peaceful. Please join me in thanking our speakers for today. During this session, Ms. Maureen Acheng, the Chief of Mission to Ethiopia and representative to the African Union and UNECA of the International Organization for Migration, and Mr. Julius Lamaco from the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, Regional Office for Eastern Africa, and Mr. Francis Xavier Wego, a special representative from the International Criminal Office or Criminal Police Organization, that is Interpol, to the African Union. I'm sure you'd agree with me that they deserve a round of applause. Well, I don't know why. Maybe it is lunchtime. That is why the round of applause is not too strong. Can we do it again, please? And I hope you'd agree with me that the moderator also deserves a round of applause. Thank you very much, and you have a wonderful day. Let me give back the floor to Rubiat Mohammed, our overall moderator. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for an excellent job, and it's an honor to have you here. Yes, we are now break for lunch, and we'll be back in an hour for the second round of the pre-forum. So for those who are present here, enjoy your lunch, and for colleagues who are joining us online as well, and see you in an hour. Thank you very much.
yeah. Recording in progress. Recording in progress.
ሳውንድ ቼክ
ይሄኛው አለ
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We'll now proceed with the second session on unlocking human freedom, measures and responses to drug and human trafficking. Ms. Asheng Ekena, Executive Director of International Refugee Rights Initiative, will moderate the session. Ms. Asheng, thank you very much for joining us. You have the floor. Thank you.
Pre-Forum. It is my privilege to be, thank you very much to the very consistent in providing platforms for dialogue on some of the most pressing issues facing Africa today. So session one has laid for us the groundwork. And so during this session two, we will be discussing regional responses to human and drug trafficking. We'll be examining challenges, positive results and lessons learned. We'll be looking at the role of continental and regional mechanisms as well as member states in curbing the effects of human and drug trafficking in Africa, as well as practical and operable solutions to the current challenges. With me, I have a very eminent panel this afternoon. I have Ms. Rahimat Momodu, who is the head of Human Security and Civil Society Division in the Directorate of Humanitarian and Social Affairs in the Department of Social Affairs and Gender of the ECOWAS Commission. She was a pioneer ECOWAS representative to the African Union for 10 years and the pioneer president of the ECOWAS Commission Women's Forum. She holds three master's degrees and is a chevening scholar and an alumna of the International Visitors Leadership Program on Human Rights Advocacy. She is a member of many networks and institutions and was recognized as one of the 107 Nigerian women who chose to challenge in commemoration of the 2021 International Women's Day. With me, I also have Mr. Richard Chellen. Mr. Richard Chellen is the senior researcher at the Institute for Security Studies, ENACT, Enhancing Africa's Response to Transnational Organized Crime. Richard is a senior researcher at ISS and is focused on organized crime, corruption, governance, and its impact on human security. His previous experience includes working on issues of transitional justice and terrorism, and he holds a master's cum laude in conflict transformation and peace studies from University of KwaZulu-Natal. With us also, we have, please forgive me because to spare my tongue, I will say Ms. Noma Topazi, who is the head of the SADC Liaison Office to the AU based in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. We also have Ms. Maria Kisumbi, Senior Advisor, Policy and Government Relations at Humanity United. Maria is part of a team that supports the Foundation's efforts to influence and strengthen public policy on human trafficking and violent conflict. Prior to joining Humanity United, Maria was the Senior Human Rights and Governance Technical Advisor to the Uganda National Planning Authority and a coordinator for Law Uganda. Maria is an alumna of the Law and Advocacy for Women in Africa program and the Women in Public Policy Fellowship program at Georgetown University Law Center, and she has a master's degree in global health law. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, we have quite a significant panel before us today, experts from various fields, and we look forward to hearing what they have to share with us. I would like to break it up and maybe start with each of you as my panelists taking one of the questions, maybe responding for about 10 minutes. We can follow up with more responses for another 5 minutes and then take questions from the floor before coming back for final responses from the panelists. So maybe I can start with Ms. Rahimat. Feel free to correct me if I've said it wrongly. Ms. Rahimat, Could you please tell us what the current situation Oh my goodness. Hello? Hello? Could somebody please give me an indication?
Yes, Ms. Ashton, please proceed. We can hear you now clearly. Thank you.
Before. Oh my goodness.
I did not hear the question, but we heard you at the beginning.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so Ms. Rahimat, my question is, could you please tell us what the current situation and regional responses to human and drug trafficking have been? What are the, have there been any reform of laws, prosecution of criminals, disruption of network of crimes, coordination amongst countries, or any other initiatives that you may know of?
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, and good afternoon to everyone. I would like to start off by saying, in addition to what Maureen said earlier in the morning session, there is a need for us to focus not just on the intersection between human and drug trafficking, but also arms trafficking, especially against the theme of this year's Tana High-Level Forum. And that's what we do in ECOWAS, bringing the three together under the thematic response of border organized crime. So for us at ECOWAS, we are not only dealing with drug trafficking, trafficking in person separately, but we are including that of response to border organized crime. And that is why we have developed relevant text in this regard. And we are currently implementing a project funded by the EU and partly by the government of Germany called Okwati. And Okwati means Organized Crime West African Response to Trafficking. And when we say trafficking, we're talking about trafficking in these three dimensions. So I just wanted to say that that's very important if we are to unlock human freedom. And for us, an approach we are promoting right now, I think Maureen also alluded to that as part of her proposal for solution. The approach we are currently promoting in ECOWAS is the integrated human security approach, which we articulate to mean establishment and strengthening of protection web. We are seeing the issue of addressing vulnerability and victimization of all manner under a whole country, a whole society approach to creating a protection web around the individual. So we are not seeing things separately in silos. We are actually promoting the programming approach and change of mindset or paradigm of having a whole society approach to responding to addressing vulnerability and victimization of the individual, not just in relation to trafficking in persons and other vulnerability. We are taking it in totality. And because of that, my division has just started intervention in member states, which we call the high-level advocacy, capacity building and coordination intervention in member states. And we've just done that of the Gambia and Sierra Leone. What we do is a 5-day mission into the member states, and we deal on all issues: trafficking in person, child rights, gender-based violence, international humanitarian law, drug trafficking, trafficking in persons. We all take all these issues that tend to contribute to the vulnerability and increase the victimization of the individual, take it holistically and promote a whole of government approach. And one of the outcome of this intervention is establishment of what we call protection and human security integrated coordination mechanism, which is a mechanism that puts the government of our member states, non-state actors, civil society, media, and the private sector together in a platform to drive the process of protection and human security. And of course, central to this is trafficking in persons. We just came back from the Sierra Leone, and the Vice President of Sierra Leone, out of this initiative, committed Sierra Leone to leading the process of developing what Sierra Leone is calling a trafficking in person regional ecosystem within West Africa to strengthen interstate collaboration, cooperation in terms of addressing the issue of trafficking in persons and other related vulnerabilities and victimization. We are also very much aware of the need to support member states in ECOWAS. For the last 17 years, we hold what we call annual review meeting with the focal institutions working in the area of trafficking in person. And we have a network of those national institutions that enhances regional cooperation. And for the last 17 years, we have produced annual synthesis report on the issue of trafficking in person. So when Maureen was talking about the high level of trafficking in person in West Africa and perhaps related to the regime of free movement, she also mentioned in response to my question that it could also be because it is easy to collect data from West Africa, and that is very true. ECOWAS has worked so well with our member states that we have enhanced the collection of data in the area of drug trafficking. We have a network called WENDU, and we have built the capacity of these WENDU actors to collect data. So it is very, very easy. Also with trafficking in person, like I said, we've been having annual meetings, collecting data, producing annual reports. So it's quite easy for anyone doing research to get, data, quality data on issues of trafficking in persons and drug trafficking in West Africa. Perhaps that's why you have that high rate in terms of data, because ECOWAS has supported member states in this regard. We also have many texts that are supporting our work against trafficking in persons and drug trafficking. There are a lot. We have the child policy and strategic action plan, which deals with that. We have the national child protection system, strengthening to prevent response to violence, abuse, and exploitation of children. We have the ECOWAS Regional Action Plan for elimination of the worst forms of labor, of child labor. We have the ECOWAS Plan of Action to combat trafficking in persons. We have the ECOWAS General Convention on Social Security, which covers labor migrants, especially in the formal sector. We're also finalizing the ECOWAS Regional Social Protection Framework, which is to provide that protection that we are talking about, to enhance a protection web around the individual and also to the society in general. We are currently finalizing a strategy for strengthening protection in the context of mixed migration. And this goes to show that ECOWAS has been very much involved in the area of trafficking in persons and drug trafficking. We are moving on to a second phase of a project we call Free Movement and Migration, which is also funded by the EU in partnership with UNODC, IOM, and ICMPD. And in this second phase, we are planning to initiate an ECOWAS Gulf States dialogue on migration, or irregular migration, given the state of trafficking that we heard about in the morning, which I don't want to repeat. In terms of partnership, we work with a lot of people in the area of children's protection or child protection. We work with regional partners group, UN agencies, and all those who work in the area of child protection. In the area of children on the move, as you know, children are quite they are very vulnerable. We have a network we call West African Network against children on the move, in partnership with ISS, that's International Social Services, not the ISS in the hall. And in supporting the member states, beyond the annual review meetings, we also produce annual reports. We also do peer learning and an exchange. And so ECOWAS has been on top of issues of trafficking in persons, and we've been building capacity in data collection and response. Also at the political level, in addition to those texts are adopted by the heads of state, but we also have a declaration, a political declaration against trans-organized crime, and we are currently trying to develop a convention that puts everything together, trafficking in persons, drug trafficking, arms trafficking, in one convention, in one document that really empowers ECOWAS Commission to support member states in this regard. So generally, ECOWAS is applying a protection framework approach to the issue of trafficking in persons and other vulnerability. So our idea is that we need to apply the TIP plus approach, which does not just see trafficking in person in isolation, but to relate it to other areas of vulnerability and violation that increases the chances of somebody being trafficked and drug trafficking. So I don't want to take too much time. I'll stop here, hoping that I have another opportunity to talk about proposals or solutions beyond what I've just told you that ECOWAS is doing. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rahimat, for such a fantastic presentation that really gave us a comprehensive overview of what's happening at ECOWAS level. I would like to go to, definitely we will come back to you. I'd like to maybe go now to our next panelist, Mr. Richard Shellin from the ISS that is on the floor this afternoon. And maybe find out from Mr. Shellin, are there any significant lessons that have been learned, any positive results that have been achieved, any measures that have been put to place? Has there been impact from COVID-19, for example? Has there been a changing nature of criminals and modification of tactics? Any lessons learned around corruption and good governance in this room?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Gina. It's a pleasure to be here, and good afternoon to esteemed panel members and also to the members of the audience. Yes, I think the first thing we need to bring out, which was highlighted, I think, during the course of this forum from the morning panel to now, is that, you cannot treat human trafficking, drug trafficking separately. They are organized crime, right? They fall under organized crime, and we have to accept the fact, like, they cause harm to people, they cause harm to the victims, whether it be drug trafficking and whether it be human trafficking and any other. I think the previous speaker just mentioned arms trafficking as well. So it's always, in as much as we have specific policies and frameworks meant to deal specifically with each issue, very often this is done in silos, right? I mean, so there need to be a balanced approach, I would say, and we're starting to see that around. Also, something else as well is that these organized crime, in addition to being harms to victims, they also present national and security threats. And in that regard, then it needs to be, to address it, the responses needs to be not only focused on one type of crime, but see it as a whole. The reason being is that organized criminals are not very picky. They will go for where it is. And very often you will find that somebody involved, or a criminal organization or syndicate, as you would want to call it, is involved not only in human trafficking, but would also be involved in arms trafficking, in wildlife trafficking, in kidnapping, in human trafficking, etc. So they vary their trade according to it. And targeting that would also where it comes in as a security response and law enforcement response. It's a fact as well is that the aspect of gender. We've seen the predominant victims of drug trafficking, whether it be drug mules or human trafficking, have been women and children. Most recently, Interpol released a report, I think 2 days ago. They are our partner on the program. So they released a report on human trafficking in Southern Africa. And the findings are quite sterling. I would encourage members to have a look at the report. It's on the ISS website. But the thing as well, it would be that we have policies, we have strategies, we have protocols, we have conventions, we have, the UNTOC, UNTOC, we have the protocol against trafficking in persons, we have protocols on drug trafficking, etc., etc. The problem is very often you will find that it's not in the policy itself. The policies are designed to address the problem. But the struggle is how do you balance the strategy? How do you bring in the balance? On the one hand, you have the factors that push people into drug trafficking and human trafficking. I'm talking individuals that are being recruited or individuals that are being targeted. And the various instances have been mentioned this morning. I won't go into it. But on the other hand, you have policies that have to deal with the criminal actors. And we've seen that there's been, especially in Southern Africa and other regions as well, I think as previously mentioned, that there's been work being done, data collection. We've seen member states adopting, signing and ratifying various conventions related to the various types of crime. But often the problem comes in when it's an implementation. Very often you will have these protocols, you will have these strategies, sometimes it's the implementation plan. If I may just use an example, would be let's look at aspect of silencing the guns. On my research that I've conducted personally, you have this brilliant plan of action. And I remember asking certain people who are meant to implement it, and the answer was simple. What do you mean? We haven't come across this document. What does it actually mean? So I think in terms of implementation as well, there will need to be a contextualization of each strategy, because each context is different and each of those. But we've seen greater collaboration amongst law enforcement officials. We've seen that, for instance, we've seen South Africa and Mauritius in the design of their strategies to dealing with drugs and human trafficking. That has become a more collaborative aspect as well at a national level, where you bring in different aspects such as customs, law enforcement, etc. So we've seen better results at that. But at the same time, we've seen a struggle in who takes lead on the project when it's multi-collaborative and all these admin issues. But overall, I would say we do have strategies, we do have policies, and it's a matter of getting it in the right context and contextualizing it to the context that can be responded to. Of course, there are issues with capacity, funding, resources, etc., which also needs to be taken into consideration. And also in terms of the organized crime, criminal groups, as you mentioned, how they adapted. We've seen at the beginning of COVID that it's impacted on the drug trade because of certain drugs could not be imported, for instance. But then as COVID restrictions were eased, as international trade resumed, we've seen a greater increase in the trafficking. I mean, this is noted by various seizures in media reports. We've seen seizures that we haven't noticed before. And also, the one thing about organized criminal groups are that they are very organized and very opportunistic. They are organized opportunists in a way that, they will address and adapt to any situation. And at the same time, the responses will also have to be adapted to that. I mentioned previously a report by Interpol. And one of the key things that I will mention is that they've noted that organized crime groups in Africa are currently using social networking websites to study the profiles of potential victims. and in so doing tailor the approach towards them and eventually recruit them. So we've seen that organized criminals have adapted to the online, to technology. But yet the responses and policies and strategies are not up to date to that. But having said that, we've seen that most recently, as you were seeing in the SADC summit, for instance, we've amended, SADC has amended the firearms protocol, for instance, to make it more updated. And there are work being done on transnational organized crime strategy, for instance, that look at all the aspects of organized crime rather than singly focus, addressing each component in silos. So I think there is a balance, right? On the one hand, you do have policies that are sometimes difficultly implemented, but on the others, you have that states have stepped up and said, you know what, we need to address it. We need to move at the same level. We've seen SAPCO doing it. We've seen YAPCO in East Africa, adapting, having training, capacity building to keep, moving forward to adapt. To be at the same level or even 2 steps ahead of organized criminals. So in a way, it's a bit balanced on both, but there is more work to be done. The being complacent will never help us because organized criminals are always 2 steps ahead. And that goes across the whole spectrum of the various organized crime. So for now, I will stop around now and then maybe provide later if there should be any additional comments, questions, and even suggestions as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Richard, for your succinct presentation. If I might call you Noma, Ms. Noma Topazi, are you online or are you in the room? Okay. Ms. Noma Topazi, are you here? Okay, so maybe then we go to Maria. Maria Kisumbi, please come in and tell us, if you can, what role you feel that AU, member states, regional mechanisms, what role do you think that they should be taking, or what position should they be occupying? How should they further collaborate to curb the effects of drug and human trafficking in Africa?
Thank you for that question. It's very good to be in this space. Hello, everyone. I'm calling from Baltimore. So good morning on my end and good afternoon on your end. So I think as previous speakers have spoken, I think we should really, really emphasize the importance of using a victim-centered lens when we want to address issues of drug and human trafficking. Why I say this is like, if we do it this way, then you'll be able to see the needs from the victims and be able to ensure that they are not vulnerable and be re-trafficked again. So how do we reduce those kinds of vulnerabilities? For the African Union, there's been a lot of buzz and excitement around the Africa Continental Trade Agreement. One of the recommendations is like, how do we maximize those opportunities under the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement to guarantee the rights of the victims, and also how do we use that opportunity to be able to curb human trafficking? Why I say that is trade agreements, they provide international standards for goods, and if you incorporate language which provides protection against exploitation where people are not to prevent human trafficking, then you'll be able to spur economic growth, but also reorient the society to combat trafficking. So why I say this is recently within the US, we have the US-Mexico-Canada Trade Agreement, and within that trade agreement, there are provisions which include forced labor provisions and creates opportunities for those who've been exploited within member states to seek justice. And if you're looking from a victim-centered lens, it's like, where's the justice for those who've been exploited? Where is the justice for those who've been victims of drug and human trafficking? Are there avenues that we can be able to provide for them under these existing spaces? Recently, one of our partners was able to file a complaint under that. under that trade agreement, and because they were being exploited, and these were migrant women workers. So my question is, how do we advance and use the opportunities under the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement to be able to curb human trafficking? The other is member states, especially around thinking around, I'm an advocate around using trade and how to use trade agreements and curbing human trafficking, is how do we enact provisions which are similar and importation of goods within member states made out of forced labor? Because I feel like one form of human trafficking, labor exploitation, which a lot of times is very much ignored, is how do we ensure that goods that are made out of forced labor really have no harbor within our member states? I feel if that is done, then we'll be able to contribute and be able to curb human trafficking, because that's where the money is. And if we ensure that these goods don't have any market, I think it's also an avenue in how we can reduce human trafficking and drug trafficking. Just recently, I think it was in 2019, US issued a withhold release order where goods that were made, or tobacco goods that were coming to the US was stopped from coming because there was information that they were made out of forced labor. So it made me think, like, imagine we have those kinds of forced labor import provisions within our member states. I think we'll be able to not even have market for these goods coming in, and then in the end, then we'll be able to have, and not even have that deter people from practicing human trafficking and drug trafficking. Yeah, so.
Okay, thank you so much, Maria. That was, I really aligned with your issue about taking a victim-centered approach. If I might just come, well, I'll come back to you. Maybe let's go first back to Ms. Rahimat. Ms. Rahimat, you had given us this very comprehensive framework of institutions and instruments that are available within ECOWAS for dealing with transnational crime in a holistic way. My question to you is, how do these then translate into concrete action? How do they move from paper to become more practical and operable solutions for the challenges that we face in this room?
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Yes, I gave an example in the area of data collection. It has become very clear that the efforts of ECOWAS on ground has increased the amount of data collected, which is really informing ECOWAS response and the response of member states. Like I said, in supporting the member states, we interface with member states very regularly, in the different areas, whether trafficking in persons, drug trafficking, and the general transnational organized crime approach. So yes, in concrete terms, what we do at the regional level is beginning to produce results. Beyond data collection, when it comes to drug, we have established coordination mechanism nationally within each member state that ensures that countries are able to, national institutions that are working in the area of drug trafficking, for example, constitute a national coordination committee, so they work together. So that has increased their output and the outcome on ground. ECOWAS is very much involved with Interpol, for example, and UNODC in terms of training, capacity building, in terms of trying to enhance forensic capacity, for example, for the drug law enforcement agencies in our member state. We also have training training of those who work in the area of drug education, in terms of building the capacity of prevention educators. In the area of trafficking in person, I have told you that for the last 17 years, we have a network of national institutions which we meet with every year. We produce the report. We discuss, for example, the US report on trafficking in person. We do a lot of peer learning. Only last year, ECOWAS, for example, initiated a bilateral high-level engagement between Nigeria and Mali, for example. As you know, there is a very, serious case of trafficking of young girls from Nigeria to north of Mali, and you know the situation of Mali. So the ECOWAS Commission is facilitating a bilateral agreement and engagement between Mali. So these are concrete results. Capacities of member states have been built. ECOWAS is also supporting member states materially in terms of equipment in data collection and in other issues in trafficking in persons, especially in drug trafficking. Concretely, based on the political declaration like that I talked about in terms of transnational organized crime, we will follow that up with a convention which tends to bind the member states to a certain threshold of response or to some level of standardization and harmonization. So concretely on ground, we begin to see results. I've just told you of the 2 missions to the Gambia and Sierra Leone and the establishment of an integrated human security and protection mechanism. Is beginning to, we're going to build on the momentum for next year. We'll cover 5 countries in 2021 this year. We're going to cover additional 5 countries next year, and then in 2023, the final 5 countries. So we have a situation that concretely on ground, our member states are better equipped, and not just because of the regional text, which ECOWAS has an oversight to ensure compliance, but also based on ECOWAS sensitization. As you know, as you may not know, ECOWAS is currently establishing institutional presence in all our member states. So we have what we call the ECOWAS permanent representative to our member states, pretty much like what the UN has in some cases. So we have the ECOWAS permanent representative in all member states, except Senegal and Sierra Leone, and I think that will be done before the end of this year. And these permanent representatives are like the extension of the ECOWAS Secretariat in member states. And this is in addition to the ECOWAS national offices that we have in each member state foreign ministry, depending on each member state. So the ECOWAS institutional presence is increasing in member states, and that's because we need to push the agenda of human security, the agenda of protection in general, concerning the well-being and prosperity of an average West African. We need to push that and extend the ECOWAS Commission's ability to intervene in member states, to support member states, and more importantly, to also mobilize resources in terms of material and non-material resources to support member states in this regard. So yes, we are very optimistic that things are happening in our member state, but we also know that we need to do more. That's why we started the new approach of an integrated response when it concerns the protection and the human security. We believe a whole of government approach, a whole of civil society approach is very important. I mean, we need to promote the civil society working with the government in tandem. For example, when we were in Sierra Leone, it became very clear that one of the areas that we need to focus on, which ECOWAS is doing, but we need to enhance our effort, is in working with our cross-border communities who usually feel very distant from the central government. And that's where most of this trafficking take place. So there was talk about trying to build, have a kind of joint border protection, sensitive joint border management, if I may put it that way, so that our border communities will be part of the fight against trafficking, all forms, trafficking in person, transnational organized crime. And already, with the support of the EU, ECOWAS is building what we call joint border post. It has been done between Nigeria and Cotonou. I think Ghana and Togo is going on. There's also There are about 6 or 7 that will be built around the West African region. So ECOWAS is very much aware of this and already has a human security approach to addressing this issue of transnational organized crime. While my department deals with the social dimension of these issues, the Department of Political Affairs and Security has the oversight over the transnational organized crime, and we have some instruments already and some text already under the Department of Political Affairs that is dealing with issues of transnational organized crime. For example, we have the West African Police Committee, WAPO. There's also the West African, I'm trying to remember, Information System, WAPC, with support with the EU, Interpol, and to an extent UNODC. So these are structures that are already operational, very much operational on ground, and we're beginning to see the results. In the morning session, somebody was talking about maritime security, and I had responded briefly on the chat. For the maritime security, ECOWAS has a cooperation with ECAS, for example. There's Joint Border Patrol. We also have established maritime hubs. We have about, my memory serves me right, we have about 3 maritime security hubs within West Africa where we do joint patrol. We have the centers. So things are happening. There's concrete results on ground, but like somebody said, the criminals are more sophisticated in some cases. So we just really need to upscale our responses, have a more protection approach, and to continue to promote a whole government and a whole society approach to addressing the issues of all forms of vulnerabilities and victimization and violations of the rights and the dignity of an individual or of a person. So I'll stop here, and I hope to take questions later, or maybe when I'm rounding up, to give more solutions to what I think we should be doing as collectively as Africa.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rahimat. In fact, that's where I was going to go next. Maria, you spoke about the importance of having a victim-centered approach. How do we accomplish the victim-centered approach? You mentioned, for example, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Are there other intersections with other continental and regional mechanisms, whether on governance, on health, on peace, on security, on human rights, that exist, and how do we connect so that we're not working in the silos that Richard made reference to earlier?
Yes, actually, you've said something very important. Human rights. I think if we apply adoption of a human rights-based approach, I think that is where we'll have less of these silos and more of us being able to work together. And even why I also say this is if we apply a human rights-based approach, this is where we'll be able to put victims at the center of all these policies. In these discussions, I would be so excited if we had survivors and victims leading us in these discussions and letting us know how is it that we can be able to contribute and curb human trafficking. If we use a human rights-based approach, just as said as the previous speaker, we will certainly guarantee the rights of the individuals just by being human and centering them as the holder of rights rather than them just being merely as victims. We'll also be able to identify and redress the discriminatory practices and unjust distributions of power that underlie trafficking, and maintain the impunity for traffickers and deny justice for victims of trafficking. It will also place the importance and inclusion of survivors and survivor leaders who will be able to be leading us in developing solutions to curb human trafficking and drug trafficking. It will also help us strengthen the capacity building of duty bearers and rights holders, and also it will also allow us to address the root causes of human trafficking. So even in these current policies that are in place, if we apply and use a human rights-based approach in implementing this, I think there'll be less of the silos and more of cooperation, and really focus on how do we ensure that these individuals are not re-trafficked, I'll reduce the vulnerabilities, because there's this issue, you rescue and then again the cycle continues. how do we stop that? I think it's super important for us. I think, I don't know, it was the gentleman from ISS who says we have very many laws, we have very many policies, but implementation is a problem. So it's how do we look at the current laws in place and policies in place and be able to implement them using a human rights-based approach, and where you center the survivors and victims to be able to lead us in finding the solutions.
Thank you very much, Maria. I was actually going to come to Richard next. And for Richard, I was going to ask you, you had made mention of research. It's a bit of a convoluted question, so bear with me a little bit. We know that on the continent, we don't really have very clear borders, and most of the people who move don't necessarily move through legitimate points of crossing. At some point today, there's been mention of a lack of data, and Ms. Rehamat mentioned that one of the reasons why ECOWAS is mentioned or is visible is because there is available data around trafficking. Is this an issue for being able to control human and drug trafficking? If we're suddenly able to monitor people's crossings and have definite statistics about who's crossing and where they're crossing, will this help to curb the trend in human and drug trafficking across the continent?
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. I think it's a very interesting and very complex issue. I think it's something that we always ask, right? So on the one hand, you have, policymakers. Sometimes, we say, we complain about the policies that are being made. We complain about, they can't be implemented. But very often you will find, especially issues such as drug trafficking, human trafficking, the lack of data that exists. I think that's key. For the moment, if I may just put a question out there, is that how do we know that law enforcement is doing a good job? Very often it's based on the seizure data, right? We see that so-and-so seized 5 tons of heroin in the past 2 days, right? And that's an indication of, okay, they're doing great work. But the one thing we tend to forget is that a seizure is only a tiny fraction of what actually the market consists of. So maybe not even, it's less than a quarter, less than 1/10, right? So in a way, it doesn't give us an accurate picture of what's really happening. We just have to multiply it by more. And very often we find that at policy level, it's very difficult because of the lack of data. And indeed, I think that's very encouraging that comes from Ms. Rahimat, where she says, ECOWAS is actually collecting data. And I think that will go a long way to inform policies. And also, as Maria pointed out, sometimes when we look at policies, they are formulated without the people on the ground. And one of the recommendations that came out from one of the law enforcement agencies in one of the countries was that, we need to learn from survivors of human trafficking, because that is the key to shaping policy and changing attitudes on human trafficking. So we need to get that. And one country that did that, I think, was Mauritius in terms of their drugs. There could be others that maybe I'm not aware of. But before designing the strategy, they brought in all the government department, etc. But they also brought in civil society. They brought in civil society because, for instance, if we look at drug trafficking and in the drug sector, is that very often harm reduction, preventative measures, and demand reduction is conducted by CSOs mostly, civil society, and bringing them to the table brings that added function, because government sometimes is very limited in doing preventative measures, right? And I think the same can be said to other aspects. So definitely lack of data, but encouraging. I think ECOWAS, as Mr. Hermet is saying, they're setting a good ground, right? And I think other regions should follow in that, in creating more data. And in that, it's not only helps researchers to work on it, but also law enforcement, but also policymakers can get information that can further build into policy, make it more in touch with reality. Not that it's out of touch, but sometimes you have a very limited hand to deal with. The issues of border control as well was brought up in quite a few law enforcement, is that, if we have better data, but also border control can be a very controversial issue, right? Depending on the policies, right? So I think but in terms of human trafficking and smuggling, if we may bring it in that way, that it does come in, but also at the same time is implementation of this, or bringing in border control, but respecting human rights at the same time. I think that's critical, respecting the human rights, but implementing a policy that's, multi-pronged, but that also looks at the human rights aspect, because very often we've seen policies can be quite, condemning. We've seen it in the drug space where users get sentenced to very harsh punishments, right? So sometimes we also have this balance that needs to come in. So yeah, I will end it here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That is very interesting. I wonder, Rubiat, can I call on you to assist me? Since I don't have a view of the hall, could somebody please assist me to take questions, if we have any questions from the floor for the panelists? While I'm waiting for assistance from the floor, could I check if there's anyone online who has any questions?
Okay, do we have anyone with questions from the floor here? Okay, I think we have one, so I'm gonna give the mic to him.
Hello. Thanks very much to the panelists and for very excellent inputs, but also to the chair. I have just one question, and that really stems from the centrality of the state in all the discussions about the response. And we are hearing all of the state kind of response, state capacity building, and all of that. My question is, in situations where the state itself is captured, especially regards to not just drug trafficking, but also other forms of smuggling, in which key kingpins have access to so much resources that either specific locations or specific sectors, or even the security agencies of the state are completely compromised and captured. How do you go about all of these state-centered responses and manage it in a way that is positive? Thank you.
We have additional questions, so
yeah, thanks. I wanted to compliment, thanks to the panelists and the contribution I make. I wanted to compliment the remarks that Andrew has made and ask a question, especially in relation to not just areas or where the state is functioning, but also in spaces where the state has no control. And here I'm bringing in the dimension of the actions of non-state armed groups, and I wanted just to understand, especially if Ms. Rahmat would comment what the experience has been, especially within the Western African region, in Sahel in particular, whether there is a conversation there also to extend that thinking in terms of response in tackling also the question linked with the overall peace and security environment, where the non-state armed groups are functioning, and where then the whole question of trafficking, not just on human, but also arms trafficking and other related acts of criminality. Thanks.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much to the panelists that presented in this session, and for the useful information that you have given to us. For me, it was quite a lot of learning. My question, the first one, goes to the presentation coming from ECOWAS. Just wanting to find out, I mean, in terms of the information that you're seeing and that's coming through, whether you are seeing the cases going down, but also what cooperation there is with neighboring regional economic communities. Like we hear that West Africa to North Africa might be a route where, which is being used from West Africa up to North Africa. What kind of cooperation is there between, for example, ECOWAS and maybe the Maghreb region of the African Union? My second question also goes to maybe all these transboundary crimes, really looking at, because I come from the Southern Africa region, and I kind of like really thinking like people who are moving across borders, most of them, they get assistance from, they know that the border is being controlled or whatever, but there is lots of corruption and bribery that goes on there. So the people that actually are responsible for protecting the borders in terms of really looking at this from a corruption and bribery perspective, that's one perspective, but the reality is also for people who live across or on the borders, the reality is that they are one community, usually a community from this side and that side, and they have always had interactions since time immemorial. There are times when borders tighten up, and you really think that at some point they would disconnect. When things begin to normalize, you actually see that kinship and that relationship between people across the borders actually going on. And I think it is a reality in Africa, and I think it is something that we need to take cognizance of those border communities, because you find them across, and they definitely cross the borders because they are one people. And so really thinking it, I think what somebody was talking about, really like this community or victim center, I think it will be important to kind of like understudy and really understand how we can deal with such kind of communities across the borders. My last one really looks at the whole issue of forced labor. Like I said, when I see cases for people who cross borders to go and work in neighboring countries, sometimes it's not an issue of forced labor itself, but maybe also to add in a whole issue of decent wages, because people walk up to these jobs, and these are adults, not really like people who are a certain age below. But really, how do we ensure that people who find themselves entangled in these situations, they are also able to get decent wages? Because there's lots of exploitation, and there's also lots of preferences for these people who are coming from outside, because they are desperate, so they can take up anything. So besides forced labor, I think there's also a dimension of decent wages. Thank you.
Do we have anyone? Ms. Ashen, that would be all from the floor. Over to you. Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you so much. Kaba, would you like to say your question now? Hello? Mr. Kaba? Monsieur Kaba?
Hello.
Oui, Monsieur Kaba. Allons-y. Allô.
Vous nous entendez?
Oui, oui.
Ok. Bonjour, Madame la modératrice. Bonjour à tout le monde et bonjour à tous les participants. C'est avec plaisir que je participe.
Great pleasure that I'm participating in today's Tana forum. On this 19 August, and I'd like to first congratulate the organizers for dealing with this topic, access to human liberty, drug trafficking, human trafficking. And since this morning I wanted to take the floor, but I had connectivity issues. But it's a very interesting topic, and I think we need to have a coordination regarding the different initiatives, the RABA initiative and the cartel initiative. And I think the good coordination between the RECs, the AU, and regional mechanisms, I think we can efficiently fight against this scourge that is affecting the African continent. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much. I will come back to our panelists first, and then we'll see if there are any hands left. Thank you everybody for your questions. Our panelists, I won't be prescriptive, allow you to take the questions in any way you would like. Maybe Ms. Rahimat, would you like to go first? There were specific questions for you.
Yes, thank you as usual. There's questions for ECOWAS. Yes, I'll start from the first question in terms of centrality of the state, and that in case of a state capture or when state institutions are compromised, how do we, in this case, how does ECOWAS, support? For us, we try as much as possible not to deal with only the member state or the states, as it were. And of course, you know the mantra of Vision 2020, which is also, the mantra for the new Vision 2050 that is being finalized, which is moving from the ECOWAS of state to the ECOWAS of the people. And so for us, involvement of the civil society underpins what we do. So we try to have this balanced approach while dealing with the government. We also include the civil society. In fact, we are beginning to strengthen our connection with the private sector, which has been a missing link for a long time. We are beginning to do that. So yes, we have our interventions also with the civil society. And like I just told you, our integrated approach, which we just started, led to the creation of an integrated coordination will lead to the establishment of an integrated coordination mechanism of both the government, non-state actors, civil society, private sector, and the media. So for us as an approach, we don't deal with only the government institutions alone. That's why in almost all our different areas of intervention, we have network of civil society that we deal with very regularly. In the case of trafficking in person, there is a network that is currently being developed that ECOWAS is trying to work with. It's not developed by ECOWAS, but by another project funded by the EU, I think. In the case of drug trafficking, we have the WANSA, the West African Civil Society, currently under the Okwati project. As we speak, I'm supposed to be in another meeting, but because it's happening at the same time, which is the creation of a mechanism for civil society oversight on member states when it comes to transnational organized crime. So that is the double-pronged approach that ECOWAS deploys, and we believe in this because, like I've said before, we have a human security approach to our intervention. And when we talk about human security, human rights approach is embedded in that. It goes beyond a human rights approach. It's talking about addressing the survival, the sustainable livelihood, and the dignity of an individual. So for us, it's all wrapped under the human security approach to respond. So that's what I will respond to, that we deal with the state, but at the same time, we engage the civil society organization, and that for us helps to put pressure on the state, also helps to monitor the state, and also is able to give us gaps in terms of what you call state capture or state compromise, as the case may be. In terms of the action of non-state armed groups, whether especially in the Sahel, of course, when we talk about ECOWAS, we're also talking about the Sahel region, part of ECOWAS. There's a lot of engagement in that regard. Last year, ECOWAS finalized a roadmap and an action plan that was adopted by the heads of state concerning our response to terrorism and extreme violence in the Sahel region, which is currently being implemented. And under this project, which is for now funded by ECOWAS, although we are looking for additional resources to upscale the implementation of that project, we are engaged in this regard with people. I already talked about two very important instruments institutions that we have, the WAPCO, which is the West African Police and Security Committee, which involves all security, heads of security in our 15 member states. We also have the information system that was just launched, I think earlier this year, which also helps in information sharing and to inform our response in this regard. So a lot is happening regarding our interface in this regard, and I think we are beginning to see results in terms of cooperation across countries and in terms of compliance with some of the texts that we have. I think the same person also asks, maybe another person, are cases going down? Because of the better reporting system, the capacity that we have built in our member states, and we are seeing more data being collected, more reporting, no, cases may not be going down because we now have more cases reported. It could mean that cases are going down, but because more cases are reported, there is no statistical evidence that cases are going down. But what we have noticed that is going up or doing well is in terms of the member state capacity to respond. Like I said, we are working on many fronts and we are working in an integrated manner. So capacities of member states have been built. You see that in the response. You see it in the capacity of individuals working in national institutions. And you also see it in the capacity of non-state actors or civil society working collaboratively with national institutions. For example, under the Okwati project, we have what we call demand-driven facility, which is supporting member states in terms of response to trafficking in person and other related crimes in member states. There was a first round. Now we are in the second round of providing that support to national institutions, and compulsorily they must work with civil society. So we are beginning to see results in the willingness, in the ability, in the structures, in the institutions of member states, and in their response to issues of vulnerabilities of all kinds. In terms of cooperation between ECOWAS and the Maghreb region, it's part of what I said earlier on, that in the second phase of the project we call FMM, we are going to explore not just the cooperation with the Maghreb region, but also with the Gulf states. As you know, that is another dimension of trafficking in person in terms of exploitation of labor that we see that is very serious. And we want to do this so that we, as ECOWAS, can provide the regional cover for our member states to then perhaps enter into bilateral agreement with some of these states. But we believe that it will be stronger if ECOWAS provides that regional cover, provides that regional capacity, so that member states will be in a better position to, have bilateral agreements with individual countries, whether in the Maghreb or in the Gulf states. In terms of corruption in the border, you are very correct. Corruption in the border is a very serious issue. That it's one of the reasons that ECOWAS is trying the strategy of building joint border posts. In 2016, ECOWAS also adopted, beside the common international passport that all ECOWAS citizens hold, ECOWAS, adopted the biometric ID card. I think it has been deployed by Senegal and, if I'm correct, Cabo Verde. As of last year, Nigeria had disbursed money for Nigeria to do that. What that means is that every West African citizen will have a common biometric ID card, which you will use to cross the border. So now what happens at the joint border is, once I get to the joint border, my card is slipped into the machine. It reads everything about me, criminal record, everything about me. So that is our next level of trying to check corruption at the border, and also to really make free movement free without corruption and without harassment. I don't think the question about the forced labor is only addressed to me. I think I agree with you, what you talked about. But the last question from my brother from Guinea, I did not hear him very well, but those are the questions that were directed at ECOWAS. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Robert. Mr. Richard Chelin, would you like to tackle some of the questions?
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think Dr. Andrew brings up some very, very good question, but also a very difficult question to answer. What happens, because all these policies and all these frameworks are geared towards states to implement. And what happens when you have a captured state? Like, for instance, what happens when, when the government or the ruling party is benefiting from the illegal drug trade? I mean, which comes in as campaign finance, etc. How do you deal with that? And also, I think when we talked about captured state as well, depending on the capture, but I think one of the most, usually it's the capture of the intelligence services, capture of the judiciary and prosecuting officers. And I think the most common one, I mean, the difficult one to address, especially in regard to addressing organized crime, is the capture of law enforcement. What happens when the institution or department that is meant to uphold the law or get people to uphold the law are the ones that are breaking it? And what happens in that case when the whole state is captured? I think that then, unfortunately, not much can be done, right? But we've seen that in several countries that civil society, the role that civil society play. We've seen in the case of countries, we've seen Transparency Internationals, we've seen organizations like, the ISS, we've seen many civil society organizations that are currently present at this forum as well, the role that they play. And as much as it could be limited, but I think it's an important role that you bring in. But also, I think this is where the regional bodies also play a major role, where they can come in as a collective and say, listen up, these are the things that are happening. But until such time, corruption and organized crime will flourish. So very often the burden falls on the private sector, which very often we've seen have also been complicit in the capture of the state. So usually civil society is the lone voice that actually speaks out, and very often at very high cost as well. On the issue of borders, I think that's very interesting, very common, and I think I didn't get the name of the member of the audience who asked it, but I did say it's from Southern Africa. I think one example I would say is the border between South Africa and Lesotho, for instance, where it's not really one step where you step once in South Africa and the next step you're in Lesotho, right? But yet, as he mentioned, the family, the bond, it's the same people. It's just what they say, borders are merely a construct. It's artificial, right? But having said that as well, organized criminal capitalize on that. And I think one of the key crimes that I mentioned, Lesotho and South Africa, is we've seen livestock theft, or what is known as cattle rustling, quite a common effect there. And we've seen also, the trafficking of arms and stolen vehicles as well. So yes, in as much as, we cannot differentiate borders, but also criminals are adapting to that and are using that as opportunities to target it. So I think it's like I mentioned, it needs to have a balanced approach. Yeah, and that's it from me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Richard Chellin. Mario, would you like to comment or respond to any of the questions that were raised on the floor?
Yes, I would like to talk about the one around forced labor and linking it of addressing forced labor with linking it to wages. ILO really provides indicators of what forced labor looks like. Not only is it about withholding wages, but there's also abuse of vulnerability, physical and sexual violence, debt bondage, and abusive working living conditions. So in order to be able to determine whether there's forced labor within a certain situation, there are different indicators that need to come into place. And not only are we looking at withholding wages, but what are the other conditions which are in place which create someone to be a victim of forced labor and labor exploitation, which is a different form of human trafficking. As I had mentioned earlier, I think it's important for us to see how do we use the current Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement to be able to advance labor rights and to be able to prevent goods that are made out of forced labor to thrive within our member states. I think that is one way of how we can be able to curb forced labor. It's been an effective tool. Civil society organizations and migrant worker organizations, especially here based in the US, have been using trade tools to be able to address issues of forced labor and be able to get justice and be able to hold corporations and companies accountable who are using forced labor in production of these goods. So I think within the continent, a question for us all is how do we capitalize and maximize the current Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement to advance the rights of workers and to be able to advance labor and worker rights as a means of curbing forced labor, as a means of curbing human trafficking and drug trafficking.
Okay, thank you so much, Maria. I just have a final question, and any of the panelists may feel free to take it. I think Monsieur Kaba's question has not really been addressed, and I missed part of it, but I did catch the part when he was speaking about some of the external initiatives on migration that we have on the continent. And I was wondering what impact that has, particularly after what we saw in Libya and now the rush by a number of European countries to externalize their borders and have third-party countries process their asylum claims. I wonder if that will have an impact, particularly on human trafficking. If any of the panelists have a comment on that, I'd be interested to hear it. Before you respond, maybe you can take with this question, which is specifically for Ms. Rahimat Momodu, or anyone who might be able to respond. The question from Jesutimilehin Akamo. I hope I did not massacre your name too badly. There's no doubt that security in the Gulf of Guinea requires joint efforts from ECOWAS and ECAS within the context of transnational organized crime, especially trafficking. Hence my question, what opportunities are there for better collaboration between both institutions? MOWCA does not seem to be working out, or are there alternatives to MOCA or MOWCA that is less complex and more feasible? So if we could just maybe get a response to those last two questions in 2 minutes each, and then we
Thank you very much. I don't know what MOWCA is, but I thought I had mentioned that, okay, and I wrote in the chat during the morning session that ECOWAS is very much involved in collaboration with ECAS, Central Africa. In 2018, I think there was a joint summit of heads of states between ECOWAS and ECAS. Even before then, long before then, ECOWAS and ECAS had been working in the area of trafficking in person. We have a text in that regard. We have always collaborated when it comes to trafficking in person. I also talked about the joint ECOWAS-ECAS maritime security collaboration. I thought I had alluded to that very much in the morning in the chat, and also when I was speaking, that in terms of collaboration, we are collaborating with ECAS to the extent that we had a joint, I think that was the first time where two regions in Africa, two RECs, had a joint ministerial and joint head of state meeting, and it was purely in the area of insecurity, maritime trafficking in person, and transnational organized crime. So yes, there is that cooperation going on, and we have a joint maritime security center with ECAS. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rahima. Was there anyone willing to tackle the question on migration and the connection with human trafficking?
Yes, wait. What is the question? Where is it?
Okay, so it's not in the chat. Monsieur Kaba had made mention, like I said, I did not catch his whole question, but essentially he was referring to the migration initiatives that we have primarily with the European Union. I'm not sure what the actual question was there, but I think he said that these should help us to curb human trafficking issues. My question, which I added onto that, was after what happened in Libya, and now that we are seeing many more European countries externalizing their borders and asylum procedures to third-party countries, is that likely to have an impact on human trafficking?
I think maybe I can try and answer. It's a very complicated, complex question. But I think a lot of times we need to understand that migrants face a lot of vulnerabilities. One of the things is you are stuck in a different country, you have lack of access to employment, even lack of access to national services that are available, and creating this situation where you're very vulnerable and prone to being exploited. So what role is it that member states need to take to be able to protect migrants? I don't know if we even spoke about COVID-19, the impact COVID-19 has had on migrants, the impact COVID-19 has had on victims of human trafficking, where we've seen a lot of diversion of resources moving from addressing human trafficking. And this is where we're even questioning ourselves, the issue of silos and the need for whole of government approach. There should not really be diversion of resources on curbing human trafficking, because within these, they're victims who are facing and are prone to COVID-19. Are they being denied access to vaccines? Are they being provided protection against COVID-19? So it's important. We need to really think ways of how do we include them in these discussions, and how do we ensure that the vulnerabilities that they face are addressed, because if we don't address those vulnerabilities, they are the ones who are being exploited, they're the ones who are being trafficked. And how do we even move away and regular migration, and this is where like irregular and regular migration comes in, and also re-emphasizing why it's very, very, very important for us to look at it from a victim-centered lens, human rights-based approach lens, where you're centering the victims and the survivors. And when you think of that, that's when even these questions then will come up and like, okay, what was the impact of COVID-19 on these victims? What are the needs that they need to have? Where do we need to divert resources? And yeah, so.
Thank you so much. I hope there are no other questions. I'd just like to give this moment. Or Richard, did you want to say something?
No, I think it's just to add on. I think Maria has captured it. I think any migration policies or frameworks that we want to implement or that member states seek to implement is we cannot just emulate, right, what the other continents are doing with the EU. If it's working in the EU, that means it will work in Africa, for instance, right? Because very often we've seen that responses are one size fits all. And I know at times member states have no options because it's very donor funded and the donor have their own objectives, and there's various aspects and complex aspects. But I think one way to look at it is that let's look at it, and let's see what are the lessons learned, right? What can victims of trafficking tell us about these policies? Do they really work? I mean, especially for those who've managed to go and be trafficked and managed to come out, right? How do we contextualize it? If it works in the context of South Africa, does it mean it will work in the context of Kenya or West Africa or North Africa? It's very different. I think we need to contextualize it to see as well, and also understands that maybe the EU's view on migration and the objective is different to the ones that what Africa needs to face, right? So yeah, for me it's just let's take this into context and contextualize it and put it in place. And at the same time as well, any measures that also have to take into consideration that wherever there's an option for trafficking or smuggling, organized criminals always find a way around it. If you put measures in place here, they will find a way to bypass it, et cetera, right? So it needs to be a combined effort as well, where you see how are these criminal actors, using using the opportunities to deal with that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Richard. Rubiat, I presume there are no burning questions on the floor. So I will proceed to allow the panelists to come back with their last remarks, maybe take 2 minutes each. What do you want us to go home with after this panel? What do you want us, what's your take home for us from this panel? 2 minutes each for each of the panelists, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Quickly, in terms of takeaways, I think it is very clear that we need to promote a whole of country society approach to see addressing vulnerabilities and violations within the prism of human security, ensuring that an individual has sustainable livelihood and can live in dignity. In this regard, there need to be a complementary response in terms of economic empowerment, in terms of providing jobs, providing opportunities for the youth, so that the push factor will not be there. We also need to focus on developing our border areas, in terms of the border communities are very critical to the issues of all forms of trafficking. We need to have a social protection approach and element to this. The COVID-19 pandemic really exposed Africa in terms of social protection, in terms of the vulnerable groups, especially during the lockdown and other restrictive measures. We really need, to, as ECOWAS, continue to provide that overarching oversight and trying to get member states, make them accountable for the actions, push them to put more money in the issue of promotion, in the issue of protection, not just thinking about trafficking in person or trafficking in drugs in silos. And that's why the new approach of establishing a coordination mechanism at the office of the vice president of every ECOWAS member state is a new strategic move that ECOWAS is going to build on over the years, so that there won't be issue of a disconnect between the government, the people, and also between the government and vulnerable peoples, like especially those in the border communities. We're also going to. I also want us to take away the fact that a regional approach to ensure witness and victims protection is also within the radar of ECOWAS, and that we'll continue to work and collaborate with other partners. And like I said before, going forward, ECOWAS wants to initiate dialogue with not just the Maghreb region, but also the Gulf states regarding mixed migration, irregular migration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Rahimat. Richard or Maria, 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Kina. Yeah, I don't think I can add much more to what Ms. Rahimat has said, but for me, it's let's look at, all the forms of organized crime are different, but they are all cause of harm, right? So human trafficking, arms trafficking, drug trafficking, they're all organized crime and should be treated as such. I would say a balancing of policies, contextualization of policies, and that can be readily implemented. We don't want policies that, just policy's sake, and implementation plans that just happens to be tick boxes, but rather implementation plan that can be implemented practically. With that, which means bringing in of the civil society, bringing in of the various actors that are actively involved in the field and are experts in that. And I think that's one thing we can take away from ECOWAS, where they have a very, very, very strong civil society network, right? And I think there's something that other RECs could have a look at and develop and learn from ECOWAS from that. For me, would be also corruption, addressing corruption. I mean, once you remove corruption from the chain, it removes a whole lot of it dismantles these forms of organized crime. And lastly will be prevention. Very often we are very reactive. We react to after the fact it has happened, but I think prevention is key in any aspect, and I think all actors should come on board on that.
Thank you so much. Maria, final words?
Yeah, just to repeat again what my colleagues have said is the importance of collaboration between anti-trafficking actors, and also the need to incorporate anti-trafficking efforts into existing responses in other contexts, such as in humanitarian settings, the importance of proactive response and crisis mitigation, planning to anti-trafficking activities, and also most important is the application of human rights-based approach, which is centering victims in all these approaches that we want to use to curb human and drug trafficking. And thank you so much for the opportunity to share.
Thank you so much, Maria. Thank you so much, my very eminent panel, for all the expertise that you have brought and the lots of food for thought that you have left us with as we tackle these challenges that we face as a continent. Thank you so much. And I pass the floor back to you, Rubiat. Thank you for the opportunity to chair this session.
Thank you, Ms. Ashton, for an excellent moderation, and also our panelists for accepting our invitation and for your invaluable contributions. Please join me in giving them a round of applause. Now we move to the last session, and I would like to invite Ms. Letty back to the floor for closing remarks. But before I leave the floor, I would like to ask all of you to stay with us, as we'll be taking group pictures later on following Letty's closing remarks, and thank you. Ms. Letty, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Rubiat, and good afternoon to everyone. Thank you so much. Excellencies, speakers and moderators have done a fantastic job today in unpacking and summarizing the topic. Above all, we were reminded that there is human trafficking. The faces of African youth, children, women, and men should always come to mind when discussing and developing policies to combat these two crimes. In summary, today's discussions included, among other things, an agreement at the floor that the two crimes of human and drug trafficking are indeed growing in Africa, and there is need, therefore, for more enhanced, practical, and workable solutions. We also heard that the COVID pandemic impact have made the situation worse, because as more and more people strive to make ends meet, due to huge unemployment numbers, they tend to strive to resort to desperate measures and engage in criminal activities. To this end, the African Union, REX, member states, and other development partners are working very hard to help combat the two crimes using available policy frameworks and new ones at community, regional, and continental levels. The question is, how effective and sustainable have these responses and interventions been? Speakers also listed some of the push factors, which include economic, social, and political factors. Panelists also shared practical homemade or homegrown solutions and responses, which includes community awareness raising, capacity building, and working with other partners on the ground where many of these crimes take place by engaging with multiple partners such as media, religious leaders, civil society, youth, women organizations, research institutions, and sharing of information and data. It was also stressed that both crimes fuels conflict and undermines peace and security in many ways, which often includes funding of terrorist groups and taking lives of those involved. Therefore, the specific need for security responses and law enforcement collaborations to combat the two organized crimes. To this end, there was a suggestion on the floor that maybe in the future, the Tana Forum should separately go deeper into the two topics. We'll consider that, and though we know the two are intertwined, but we'll consider that in future and just maybe separately have two separate webinars on the two topics. We've now come to the end of our forum, and special thanks goes to the panelists, moderators, and participants for your active participation and sharing of valuable insights. I also would like to take this opportunity to thank our partner, Humanity United, for the collaboration on the Pre-Tana Forum, and we look forward to work with you on many more other follow-up events. I'd also like to thank both the IPSS and Humanity United teams for successful organization of this forum. The teams will share the outcomes report from today's discussions as soon as it is ready in the next coming weeks. Finally, as mentioned in my intro remarks earlier, we hope to see more of you or most of you at the 10th Tana Forum later this year, either physically in Bahada or virtual, where a number of pertinent sub-themes will be discussed under the overarching theme of managing security threats and building resilience for the Africa that we want. Thank you ever so much for your participation, and have a great day. Rubiata, over to you.
Thank you, Leti. Now we move on to the group photo, and the first round will be for those who joined us online. So I'd like to ask all of you to turn on your video so our team can take a picture. Okay, great. Thank you. So I'd like to ask all of you who've joined us here in person to approach the floor. We'll be taking the group photo here, and later on we will have tea coffee following the group picture, that is. And I'd like to thank everyone. This is Rubiat Mohammed Say, Policy Dialogues Lead at the Institute for Peace and Security Studies, and also Tana Forum Secretariat. Thank you very much.
Idea de?
Yeah, this one, I believe that.
Idea de. Now women, what's happening? Now the strives the whole government they don't do in Africa for
So we are ready. Please join us on the floor. The stage. We have tea, coffee outside, so everyone, please join us. Thank you.